Needs to go after that agenda slide. We checked the app out last night. It's really good. Yep. Yeah, I think so. Depends how big his book is, but yeah, you fit an A4 book in there. So it's got a shelf, yeah.
All right, good morning, everybody. Morning. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Supply Chain Initiative, and welcome to everybody joining us online. So before I get on to the session, there's just a couple of housekeeping elements to run through. There'll be no fire alarms expected today, but so if one does go off, we need to follow the staff and head down to essentially the entrance that you came into. And I'm guessing that you found all the refreshments okay, and so that's how they'll be out in the Britain room. So the sessions will be mainly in here or in next door, which is the Whittle room. So if you're heading into commercialisation session today, that's in the Whittle room, which is just next door. So I think what I just want to start with is reflecting on how we've developed as an industry, really. There is actually 768 registrations as of today, and bearing in mind where we were, I've been working in SAF for 10 years, and we were getting like 50 people in a room, so to get 768 people registered, so a lot of people are joining us online, and a lot of us in the room. And I think that's just a reflection of what's happening in the world and the developments that we have going on in the UK as well, certainly in terms of the technology developments, but also government policy initiatives as well, which we'll hear more about from the Aviation Minister this morning. So essentially the objective of this conference is to showcase all those industry developments, but also to give you an update on all the policy developments. And because at Innovate UK Business Connect, we are uniquely placed to operate right across that supply chain. And that's what we aim to do, is to help build that supply chain. So this conference, this supply chain initiative, is part of our Sustainable Aviation Fuel Innovation Programme. And the objective of it, essentially, is to accelerate the creation of the UK SAF industry, but it's also in support of the government's ambition to ensure 10% SAF in the UK aviation fuel mix by 2030. So some of the work packages that we have within our SAF innovation programme, we've got an investment programme, which is led by my colleagues Harriet and Keynote, who are both here at the table, and a business engagement programme. So we aim to work with you and connect along that supply chain, but also ensuring that businesses are aware of the services and opportunities that are out there, including the clearinghouse, which we'll hear from Chris about from Chris later on this morning. The supply chain initiative, you'll also be aware of our SAF cafes, our online webinars as well. So hopefully, I think some of you have been joining those. And also a series of masterclasses, and we'll be running a few more this year as well, so just keep an eye on those. We're also working on some analysis and insights. So Harriet and I are going to talk through some preliminary findings from a global SAF investment analysis. So we'll do that later on this morning as well. Also, if you look out, we're going to do a capability database, a UK SAF capability database, and also looking at the UK chemical production. So those are some things for you to look out for. So this is the team. Everybody's here today apart from Ray, and Ray will be here tomorrow, and he looks after nuclear. So Rachel's downstairs, and she's the event manager. So if you've got any queries around the event, then please do reach out to her. So this is just essentially highlight that as a team we work right across that supply chain. So there's expertise right from feedstocks, the technologies, right through to OEM and airlines. So feel free to reach out to any of us if you need any more information or help with anything. And that's where you can contact us. And there's a link to our SAF Innovation Programme website as well. So if you haven't already, download the app for the event, and that's where you can find the agenda, and that's the CVent Events app. Or if you can't download the app, then feel free to go on our website, and the agenda is on there as well. So you're busy taking a picture of the QR code, so I'll leave that for a moment. Okay. So without further ado, I think we'll move over to, and to thank you for our sponsors, I forgot. Well, I didn't really. So thank you to Airbus for sponsoring our drinks reception, and also to Carbon Neutral Fuels, Aviox, and Johnson Matthey. So now I'd like to welcome Anthony Browne, who's the Aviation Minister, to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you everyone for coming here today. I am indeed the Aviation Minister, but I'm also the Minister for Decarbonisation of Transport. So when it comes to SAF, I cover both sides of the portfolio, and a very exciting portfolio it is. And it's very exciting to be here this morning with 768 people registered for the conference. It just shows how vibrant the whole SAF sector is getting, and it's great to see you all here. I should say we don't bite, so people can sit in the front if they want. I think I'm allowed to say that. SAF is one of the most exciting developments in the whole sort of area of transport, and I don't think I need to convince everyone here about the potential of SAF. It's got transformative benefits. It's got the environmental benefits, cutting emissions and reducing carbon in our atmosphere. It's got the benefits of diversification. The more a wider range of energy sources we have, it's better for energy security. It gives protection to the UK from international disruptions and price fluctuations. There are technological advancements, which many of you here will be involved with. A thriving SAF supply chain will give greater innovation and collaboration across a burgeoning industry, and that's obviously part of the role that Innovate UK is doing. And I should say thank you for putting on this conference. It's great. From advances in biofuel production techniques to improvements in aircraft engine efficiency, the pursuit of SAF bends the arc of progress within the aviation industry. And in turn, that leads to growth. The appetite for SAF fosters new opportunities for industry, academia, investors, and NGOs, and it is a partnership between all these different groups. It leads to more investment, more jobs, more innovation. I've been touring the country looking at different SAF plants or potential SAF plants, and it is very exciting seeing all the innovation there is, the investment, the jobs, and the opportunities that there are. And the government is helping strengthen the foundations of this industry. We're showing international leadership required to unlock SAF's full potential. So we help lead something called the International Climate Ambition in Aviation Alliance, which is a coalition of about 60 countries keen to progress sustainable aviation. We help lead negotiations in ICAO, the UN International Civil Aviation Agency, which last November in Dubai agreed a 5% SAF mandate, 5% reduction in emissions, and the UK is very proactive in leading all that work. And you will have noticed within the UK our recent announcements last month regarding the SAF mandate and the revenue certainty mechanism. There are two broad elements to this. On the one hand, there's the demand side, that's the SAF mandate. Currently, SAF makes up about 1% of aviation fuel in the UK, a little less than that. But under our mandate, we're requiring that it makes up 2% of UK aviation fuel mix in 2025, 10% by 2030, and then 22% by 2040. And that is a huge change. It is very ambitious, but I'm confident that it is doable. And that mandate will drive demand for SAF in the UK, and we're already seeing that the airlines are signing contracts for it. And this sends a clear signal to investors that now is the time to invest in SAF projects. And the other side is the supply side. That's the revenue certainty mechanism, which we published on the same day as the SAF mandate. And this will help lower the risk of investing in an early nascent market. And I'm aware that many of the technologies are indeed very nascent indeed, and many of them haven't been proven at industrial production levels yet. The government wants to make sure that make UK SAF businesses more attractive to investors, not only fostering confidence in the future of the industry, but also bringing certainty to companies producing SAF. And the mechanism will provide revenue certainty for SAF production, supporting investor confidence in SAF projects, providing greater certainty of potential returns on that investment. And that's the lever we want to pull. The speaker after me, Hazel, who's down there, she can give you more detail on that. But we need you to work with us as we consult on how to get this right. So the revenue certainty mechanism is a consultation. We've made some proposals, but please do engage with the consultation to make sure that it works for you. And for our part, the government is investing in growing the UK SAF production industry through the Advanced Fuels Fund. We've allocated £135 million to 13 different SAF projects in the UK that will produce SAF using a range of technologies. If all of those reach full operational scale, they'll collectively produce over 700,000 tonnes of SAF. That is only the beginning. It is a journey that we're on. We are moving at pace, in lockstep with industry and indeed with the supply chain in this room. As I mentioned earlier, airlines have already begun signing contracts with SAF producers around the world. We want them to sign more contracts here in the UK, and I'm certain that they will. And that is because they recognise, and we all recognise, the choice before us. By the early 2030s, aviation is expected to overtake the road network as the biggest emitter of carbon in the UK. So when the government signed its statutory duty to get to net zero by 2050, electricity production was the biggest emitting sector. That has come right down because of renewable energy, wind and solar, now transport is the biggest emitting sector in the UK. By far the overwhelming biggest part of that is road transport, cars and HGVs. That is coming down because of the electrification of cars, and so in a decade or so aviation will be the biggest emitting sector, not just here in the UK but probably in many other or most other developed countries. And that makes it even more important that we go on this journey decarbonising aviation, because we've made a clear commitment to cutting transport emissions to protect the planet. But we want to do it in a way that actually allows people to carry on travelling. It is a binary choice. We could tell the public to fly less. We could stop different forms of flying, people going on holidays and business travel. Or we could support the industry to fly more sustainably. And this is what the government, we are absolutely clear about. We want to change fuels, not travel habits. We want a thriving aviation sector, but one that is sustainable. I myself like flying. I'd like to be able to carry on flying, but I want to be able to do it in a way that doesn't damage the planet. And this is the right thing to do for the British economy, for the British people, and for the aviation industry. I want people to fly and the planet to thrive. And SAF is a key to unlocking that promise. It's not the only key. There are many, many other things that we need to do. And on the Jet Zero Council, we recently had a meeting looking at hydrogen, which might be a solution for some forms of aviation in the longer term. Aircraft are already getting far more fuel efficient. We need to do airspace modernisation to increase efficiency there. But by far the overwhelming key to unlocking sustainable aviation is SAF. It is the only thing that will make a big impact in the short and medium term. To do that, with the SAF mandate, we're doing it in the UK, we're building on the work of the fuel industry, the airlines, the aircraft manufacturers, academia, and yes, government. It's a big step in the right direction, but it requires everyone to work together to move this forwards. And it demonstrates our conviction and our partnership. It positions the UK as a place ripe for investors, and it brings confidence to passengers that they can travel by air, knowing that aviation is heading towards a more sustainable future. We're already seeing businesses bringing SAF to life in the UK. I recently visited Phillips 66 in Immingham, a huge refining complex. They're the only SAF producer, commercial SAF producer in the UK at the moment, and they make it out of used cooking oil. They're obviously the limited amount of used cooking oil around the world. That's why we need other forms of feedstock. I visited Nova Pangaea in Teesside, one of the recipients of the Advanced Fuel Fund, a very innovative startup. They're turning woody agricultural residue into sustainable aviation fuel. I've also seen Virgin Atlantic's historic transatlantic flight on 100% sustainable aviation fuel in November. That was a milestone moment in our journey to Jet Zero, and it caught the imagination of people around the world, got a huge publicity. And it also represents the power of collaboration between government and industry. The government set the challenge to do this, the first commercial SAF, 100% SAF flight across the Atlantic. We had a competition for it, and industry stepped forward and made it happen. And just yesterday, Virgin and their partners shared findings from that project. And they calculated the flight reduced emissions by 64% compared with a standard transatlantic flight, and indicated wider benefits from SAF, such as air quality and efficiency. And this emphatically demonstrates that sustainable flights are within reach. SAF will play an increasingly important role as a safe and efficient replacement for jet fuel. The faster it scales, the quicker the supply chain grows. And the government is pushing ahead with the policies to accelerate that change, with airlines, businesses and the travelling public the beneficiaries of this virtual circle. Thank you all very much. I did say I'm happy to answer questions. I don't know if we've got time for questions or not. But if there are any technical questions, I'm going to hand it over to Hazel, who's speaking after me. She's the head of SAF at the Department of Transport.
Does anybody have any questions? Oh, we've got a hand just over there. Thanks. If you could wait for the microphone, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Roger Cagill, Insight Technical Services. I see that you see the aviation industry as growing in the medium term, but yet still managing to maintain sustainable outcomes. Do you really think that that can happen? Or do you see a model of how that can be made to happen?
So we did. We have, model is the right word, because we have modelled all this. So we published our Jet Zero strategy, I think 2 years ago, where we modelled future pathways and developments within aviation from the UK, and certainly with all the changes that I mentioned, so things like the increasing efficiency of airlines, airspace modernisation, SAF, other developments, that we absolutely think we can get to aviation on a sustainable path. And that is within, the way that it works across the government. We've got this statutory duty to get to net zero by 2050. All different sectors have their burden share within that. They electricity generation, farming, manufacturing, and so on. And aviation and transport have their part to play within that. But certainly the modelling we've got suggests that we can absolutely get there, and it's within our legal commitments to do that. But there is uncertainty. I know. This is. I also lead the drive for electrification of electric vehicles, and that is a far more known technology. There are over 1 million electric vehicles out there. We know how the charge point operators work. It's a sort of more straightforward technological and logistical challenge. With SAF, there are, as I mentioned, there are lots of technologies that are not yet at commercial production level, but we're confident that we can get there. We've done this I say we as in humankind, have done this in many other areas, and I'm confident that we will be able to get there. But it is a partnership that will make it happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there's a question over there. Thank you. I think it's Greg, is it? Yeah, it's Greg.
Greg Archer from LanzaTech. We're building a facility in Port Talbot to produce sustainable aviation fuel. Firstly, Minister, thank you very much for the work that you and your department have done in terms of moving forward with the consultation on the revenue certainty mechanism, of course closing out on the SAF mandate. But what we really need now is the legislation in place before Parliament rises for the election. So can you give us any indication when the statutory instrument will be laid in Parliament? Because Until the legislation is passed, we can't move forward with our project to reach a final investment decision and start being one of those 5 sites that you have targeted for building next year.
I completely understand that, and normally what I've learned as a minister, when people say when is something coming out, we say it's imminent. That isn't quite good enough for you, but I totally understand the need for certainty, and I completely support the objective of trying to obviously get it in legislation before the election, and I don't know when the election is, but actually as soon as possible without giving any sort of timelines. But that's exactly what I'm talking about with officials, to make sure we lay this legislation as quickly as possible to give the industry the certainty that it needs, because I'm aware as well that it's all very well government taking its time doing things, but it takes time for the industry to get the investment, to get to scale up. It's a huge work program, and we've got to properly start the starting gun, which is what we're doing.
That's great, thank you. Are there any questions online at all? Yeah, we've got a question online. I've lost Deborah. Oh, there she is.
Sorry, can I say? Thank you.
So from Glenn Morgan at Partners at Clear Skies, what about the use in UK's APD redirected towards SAF facilities and R&D?
So could you say that again? What?
Yeah. So what about the use of UK's APD redirected towards SAF facilities?
APD, yeah. So this is air passenger duty, which is obviously a tax on individual flights, and I can give a simple answer to that, which is that's Treasury policy, and I have no responsibility for it. But there is we are having ongoing discussions about financing SAF and the financing requirements for the SAF industry to get it up and off the ground. But exactly, the Treasury, I just say one thing, so APD, tax, Treasury policy, the Treasury historically has never done hypothecated taxes. They don't like taking taxes from one area and saying, right, we're going to use the money raised for that for this specific thing.
Great, thank you. Have we got one more question? So Chris, over there.
Yes, good morning, Minister. Chris Urgener from Green Air News. The government's target is for 5 SAF plants to be under construction or starting construction sometime next year. In the event that we don't reach that 5, to what extent will imports have to make up that 10% mandate by 2030, do you think? And are we not competing with other countries for the same fuel?
Well, you make a very good point. So I'm confident we'll get to those 5, by the way. I have lots of talks with people in the industry who are raring to go. So 70% of our aviation fuel in the UK is imported at the moment, and we do overwhelmingly import it. And I think under almost any scenario, we will end up importing SAF if you look at the mandate and the production capabilities within the UK. But we'd like to import as little as possible. That's the point I said about energy security. We want a SAF industry in the UK. That's why we've got the revenue certainty mechanism. That's why we've got the advanced fuel funds. That's why I'm having talks with lots of people in the industry to try and encourage that and to see what they need to be able to produce in the UK. But you're absolutely right that it is a global marketplace. I mean, aviation fuel is one of the most global markets there is. And there are, as I said in my opening remarks, that we're not the only country going down the SAF route. It is a global move. And the EU has, so the ICAO, the UN body, has got the target of 5% reduction in emissions from SAF. The EU's got its own mandate. The US is looking at it. And airlines around the world are moving on this journey. And as I mentioned, the airlines such as IAG and others that have already signed SAF contracts, there's one SAF producer in the UK at the moment. They're signing contracts with people overseas. I'd like them to sign contracts with producers in the UK, but we need to get that production up and running. I'd like as much SAF production as possible to come from the UK. It creates jobs here. It creates opportunities here. But one of the interesting things about SAF globally, and I attended the ICAO conference in Dubai in November when we reached the global agreement on 5%, And there are, I don't know how many different countries were represented there, over 100. Aviation fuel, you can basically only make it if you've got oil under the ground, and that limits the number of countries that can produce aviation fuel. Whereas SAF, because there's a wide range of different feedstocks, actually pretty much all countries, in theory, could produce SAF. It's a huge opportunity for a huge number of different countries to create a new sector for their economy. And now, clearly, that won't happen in every country, and there'll be a lot of trade, and that is good. But actually, it creates a lot of economic opportunities for a lot of different countries, including the UK.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's it.
We're done. Well, thank you very much,
Exhaustive
Minister.
questions. Well, thank you very much indeed. And thank you all.
for joining us.
Have a great conference.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. So, if I can invite Hazel Schofield, who's Deputy Head of Low Carbon Fuels at the Department for Transport. She's going to give us an overview of the UK SAF policy in a bit more detail.
Thanks very much, Michelle. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here today. As Michelle said, I'm Hazel Schofield. I'm one of the Deputy Heads of the Low Carbon Fuels team at the Department for Transport. And I'm here really just to add a little more detail to what the Minister has just spoken to you about on two parts of the policy in particular, the parts where we've had some big announcements recently, and that is the SAF mandate and the consultation on the revenue certainty mechanism. So I'm going to start with the mandate. So the objectives, what's the mandate all about? How does it fit into the overall policy? The main point of the mandate is to ensure that we reduce GHG emissions and support the UK's net zero commitment, and that we do that in line with the Jet Zero strategy. And what the mandate does, it creates a long-term incentive to supply SAF by creating that level of demand. It sets out how much SAF is going to be needed, creates the demand, and then hopefully that starts to incentivise the supply. And it also sends a clear signal to investors to make sure that the SAF plants that we need and we want in the UK are developed, and that the technologies that we need for now and for the future continue to be developed as well. So we published the government's policy on this on the 25th of April. It's a huge document. It takes a bit of getting through. I have read most of it myself. And it sets out a lot of detail around exactly how the mandate will work and what's eligible. There will also be more detail to come as well. So we are hoping to be able to get guidance out over the coming months and the detail of the legislation. As the Minister said, we are working hard to get that legislation out there as soon as possible and currently on track for the summer. So fingers crossed, we should be able to meet the target that Greg was asking for there. No guarantees, but fingers crossed. Okay, so what about the mandate? How does it work? So the SAF mandate applies to jet fuel suppliers. It doesn't apply to airlines directly. It impacts airlines, but airlines won't directly interact with it. And jet fuel suppliers will be subject to annual targets. These will start from next year, and they will increase each year out to 2040. When SAF is supplied, that is eligible and meets all the requirements, the supplier will receive a certificate to say that they've supplied that amount of SAF, and that is then tradable, which means that this is a flexible system. Not every company has to meet its own mandate requirement directly. It means that smaller organisations, new suppliers can come into the market and supply SAF. Then to meet the obligations, the jet fuel suppliers can either supply SAF themselves, they can purchase certificates from others who've supplied SAF, or they have an option to what we call buyout, pay the buyout price. Now, that isn't something we want to encourage. That's something that doesn't result in the GHG emission savings that we want, but it's there as a bit of a safety net to make sure that the costs of this policy don't escalate unnecessarily. So I'll come on to a little more about how that works in a bit. The fuels that will be eligible for the SAF mandate, this has actually been set out for a little while now, but it's biofuels that are derived from waste or residues, recycled carbon fuels, low carbon hydrogen, and then power to liquid fuels. So crop-based biofuels are not on that list for the UK SAF mandate. And of course, all of those eligible fuels must also meet strict sustainability criteria as well. So when we're designing the SAF mandate, we have quite a lot of things to weigh up. So the four main parameters that we're dealing with are the main trajectory of the targets, the heifer cap, the buyout price, and then the power to liquid target and its buyout price as well. And in doing that, we need to consider how much feedstock will be available to make all of those things. And there is a huge amount of uncertainty in that. So we're having to make decisions about the right way forward, trying very hard to create the certainty that industry requires. We understand that, but we're trying to do that out of a lot of very uncertain data. So there is a real balancing act to go on here. And the other things that, of course, determine the availability of SAF are the development of all those new technologies and then that actual production capacity getting in place. So we've set the targets from 2025 to 2040, really trying to balance ambition, which we know is really important, but with deliverability. Because if we go over ambitious at this stage and in the future have to rein back on these targets because, say, there isn't enough feedstock available or other reasons, then that will undermine the certainty. So this is a really important balancing act that we've made here. So the targets, I think, as the Minister said, 2% in 2025, 10% in 2030, which has been out there for a very long time, 15% in 2035, and 22% in 2040. These targets increase across that period. When the legislation comes through, what it will do is set that target then stays level after 2040 and in perpetuity until it is further changed. So obviously the intention here is that targets will continue on increasing, and they absolutely will need to meet the 2050 commitments that we already have. But we felt that trying to set anything at this stage for between 2040 and 2050 was probably creating certainty that was unreal, and actually things are likely to have to change. So we've got these targets that we think are we can absolutely stand behind. These targets keep us on the high ambition scenario that was set out in the Jet Zero strategy. And to meet this target, these numbers are made up of two parts of the obligation, one on the main obligation and then a specific target for power to liquid fuels as well. So one of the things that we need to take into account when setting these targets is the different types of technologies and how reliant we will be on them and how they may balance against each other. We see that it's absolutely essential to create space for what the industry know very much as Gen 2 fuels. So this is the type of thing that is not the hydroprocessed esters and fatty acids, the heifer fuels, and it's not PTL either. It sits in between the two, and it's created often from things like municipal solid waste, waste industrial gases, that kind of thing. Really important that we create space for that kind of fuel within the UK, and of course a number of the plants that are being developed and planned in the UK now use those kinds of technologies. So one of the things that we had to do to create that space is to place a cap on the amount of heifer fuels that could fill the mandate. We felt if we didn't place that cap, that it was likely that the heifer fuels, which are available now in full volume production, although not enough to meet all of this at this stage, would fill this mandate up completely, simply because they are likely to be the cheapest fuels. The disadvantage with the heifer fuels is that they rely on segregated oils and fats, particularly used cooking oil and tallow, which are limited in their supply. And therefore, we did not feel that we could rely on those completely. So heifer is capped. That cap doesn't actually apply for the first 2 years, so 25 and 26, 100% heifer allowed. 2030, 71% and 35% in 2040. And that kind of creates this middle blue wedge that's available for the Gen 2 type fuels. We have also set a separate obligation on power to liquid fuels, and this is really in recognition of the fact that these types of fuels have the ability to have very low GHG emissions and therefore give us the largest amounts of savings and lower risks of some of the other environmental impacts as well that some biofuels can have. There is a lot of uncertainty around the development of PTL. I think it's certain that it will develop, but the pace of that and the volumes that will be available is still uncertain at this stage. So we have set a specific PTL obligation starting in 2028 at a low level of 0.5% and then gradually increasing up to 3.5% in 2040. And I think important to say that should this develop faster, the PTL, then there is absolutely the opportunity to review and increase those targets. So overall, from the SAF mandate, we think we've got an ambitious package, drives demand for SAF and ultimately delivers those GHG emission savings that we want to see. Then we come on to the cost. So obviously all of these things happen at a cost. So the maximum cost of the SAF mandate is set by the buyout price, and we've set those numbers for the main obligation at £4.70 and the PTL at £5. So as I said at the beginning, this allows suppliers to discharge their mandate in cases where they're unable to secure enough supply for SAF. This doesn't mean that all SAF in all cases is going to cost this and that this is the absolute cost of the mandate. This just sets a maximum on those numbers. But it helps us make sure that those GHG savings come at an acceptable cost. As I've said, there's a huge amount of uncertainty in all of this, so very important that we make sure we review this to keep pace with the developments that are going to be going on across the industry and around the world as well. So there will be a formal review at least every 5 years, and that will be set out in the legislation that must happen. As you probably already know, there's a commitment to review the Jet Zero strategy every 5 years as well, and the first one of those will be due in 2027. I think also important to say, though, that there will be a fairly high bar for changes. So low bar for reviews, we'll check how things are going, but high bar for changes, because the important thing here is that we do create certainty. We don't want to carry on down a path that's not working, but we do want to create certainty and not be chopping and changing all the time. So that's the review process. And I think that's my last slide on the mandate. So just to say, if you want to know even more, if you want to ask some really detailed questions, the team will be hosting a Jet Zero Council webinar on Friday. Hopefully some of you are already registered for that. Do get in touch if you are not and you wish to come along to that. That's online. There will be a lot more opportunity to ask detailed questions there. Yeah, just get in touch. If you've got any questions about how it all works, what's eligible, all of those kinds of things, do just come along and ask. So if I just move on briefly to the consultation on the revenue certainty mechanism, this was published at the same time on the 25th of April, and details up there on the screen. If you wish to respond to the consultation, please do it by the 20th of June, and there's an email address up there as well to email. Okay, so the consultation set out 4 main options for delivering revenue certainty to the SAF industry. The key objectives of all those options are to make sure we attract investment into UK projects, develop the UK SAF industry, which of course gives the economy a boost and creates those green jobs. And of course, this all then helps to enable the carbon savings that we want to deliver through the mandate. The 4 options that were under consideration in the consultation, 2 were private law contract and 2 sort of more regulatory in nature. The private law contract, there was a guaranteed strike price, which means that for every unit of SAF, there is a guaranteed price and there is a flow of payment between a counterparty and the producer, or the other way, depending on exactly what that price is, to make sure that that price is absolutely guaranteed. Also an option of what we call buyer of last resort, which interacts with the SAF mandate and makes sure that should SAF mandate certificates have a low value, that there is a buyer of last resort to make sure that that certificate value doesn't drop below that certain value. The two regulatory options, the mandate auto ratchet was an option looking at could we come up with, rather than having a review process or maybe alongside a review process in the mandate, was there a way to automatically make sure that mandate targets would move up should there be an excess of supply, and then an option for a floor price which would create a fixed floor price for the certificates rather than the buyer of last resort option. So these four options were assessed against three main criteria, which were investability, deliverability, and affordability. And in that assessment, the assessment is set out within the consultation. The guaranteed strike price came out as the preferable one from that assessment, and that is therefore the preferred option set out in the consultation. Sort of key features of the guaranteed strike price option there creates a legal certainty about this price. The payments can flow in either direction in the guaranteed strike price, so really sort of keeps things flat, that one. One of the downsides of this option is that it does require both primary and secondary legislation, so could take some time to get in, but could be enforced by the end of 2026. Some of the key considerations here, we need to ensure the mechanism remains functional with the wider domestic and international regulatory framework, so it really needs to interact well with the SAF mandate and other things going on, and complement the wider government initiatives to drive SAF plant construction. And of course, there was a lot of detail to go on to actually create a mechanism. This is really about the principles of which mechanism may be best, but there's a lot of detail that will be needed to go through to actually set up exactly how that would work and the different parameters of it. Next steps on the revenue certainty mechanism. So there is also a Jet Zero Council meeting on this next week, next Tuesday. So another one to come along to if you want to ask questions about the revenue certainty mechanism consultation. The consultation closes on the 20th of June, and then the team will be looking at the responses that we've received and thinking about how to proceed with that. And no specific date on this one in terms of when that will be responded to. But please do respond, please do interact with that however you can. And I know that some of my colleagues are here today. If you've got any detailed questions and want to ask them today, then some of my colleagues will be able to help with those as well. And I think, yes, thank you very much for listening. And I am also happy to take some questions if you have any.
Thank you, Hazel. Any questions for Hazel? Oh, right over there, Deborah.
Sorry, can you pop your hand back again? Oh, is it going over there?
Yeah, Jonathan was first. Thanks.
Yes, good morning. Jonathan Wood from Neste. A couple of questions. So firstly, a heifer cap. Heifer is a production technology. The issue, as I understand it, is around feedstock. So is the legislation going to be actually placing cap on the feedstock who's cooking on animal fat or on the production technology? That's question one. And then question two was around volume versus greenhouse gas emission reduction. So what's the thinking around potentially in the future moving more towards a greenhouse gas reduction target rather than the volume target? I mean, I understand clearly at the moment the mandate is on a volume basis.
So let me answer the first question first. So the heifer cap, that is how it's become known, is the heifer cap, and everybody understands to some extent what we mean when we say that. But you're absolutely right, it's not the production technology that is the issue here, it is the feedstocks that are limited in supply, such as used cooking oil and tallow. So in terms of the legislation, it will be a cap on what are known in the RTFO, our road transport obligation, as segregated oils and fats and processed through the heifer route rather than all heifer. So there are some specific feedstocks that would be excluded from that. I think tire pyrolysis oil would be one example, but there may well be others as well. On the other question about GHG basis, so the obligation will be set actually on an energy rather than volume basis for the SAF mandate. Not that much difference between those two things in this case. But the certificates will be rewarded on a GHG basis. So it's quite a complicated system, but in simple terms, a fuel with a higher GHG saving will get more certificates and therefore will be worth more to meet more of an obligated supplier's obligation. So it's kind of a halfway house. It is what was possible within the primary legislation that we had, and we think it's a great way of achieving this. Actually, it should achieve everything that a full GHG-based system would achieve.
Thank you. And if I may just, on the topic of cover crops, you mentioned crops are not permitted. The EU is moving forward with authorization for certain cover crops to be used, at least for aviation. And what is the thinking on that topic?
So what we've said in the government response is that we will consult on that shortly. So yeah, we will look at that.
Thank you.
And I think absolutely welcome any evidence on sustainability and benefits of cover crops.
Okay. I think in the interest of time, we're going to move on because we've just got a really short presentation. But I think if people have got more questions, they can catch up with you and the team in the break.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Hazel. Thank you. Okay, so just really quickly before we go into the break, myself and my colleague Harriet, we're just going to give you some, I guess, high-level findings from an analysis that we've conducted. As a team, we've been looking at the global SAF investment landscape, and we've just published, well, not published it yet, but we will do. But we just want to talk through some initial findings. So if Harriet, you can come and join me. So essentially, the objective of this analysis, what we wanted to do is assess the interaction between private investment and domestic instruments that are in place globally, and then also look at the global investment flows to understand where the hot spots are. And also what sort of technologies as well. Is there anything we can unpack from that to see where the money is flowing into technologies and the feedstock combination? So Harriet's going to start off with the investment piece because she looks after investments, and then I'll finish off with the technologies and feedstocks.
Thank you, Michelle. So just in the interest of time, I'll keep this fairly high level and just talk you through the ways in which you can interact with the map. So just to start with, we've used publicly available investment data for this. So where elements of the deal, like deal size or stage, haven't been disclosed, we can't draw any assumptions there. So it's just what's publicly available, and it's a live document. So as new investments are announced, they're being added in as well. So this is showing the typical types of investors dominated by corporate and also corporate venture capital. So that's the investment arm set up by a corporate usually to invest in a particular technology or industry. But we also see a lot of venture capital in there and a small amount of private equity, angel investors and family offices are another small handful to note as well. We've mapped the investors by location, so you can really see some clusters emerging. Obviously, there's a lot of activity in North America, but also Asia Pacific and clusters in Europe as well. Within this map, you can click into each of these countries and analyse the data based on the investment type and drill down into further information as well. I'm not here to draw conclusions today as to what's driving these clusters. I'll let you come to your own conclusions on that. We've also mapped by investment type. I won't spend too much time on this because inevitably a lot of investors invest at different stages of a company and therefore are multi-stage or it's not been disclosed. But with the live tool, you'll be able to click into that and delve into a bit more detail there as well. We've mapped the locations and the flows of investment from the investors on the left-hand side to the companies on the right-hand side. So that's the company location as against the plant location. The US, Canada, Saudi Arabia, and the UK are dominating in terms of the investor location, going into the US, Canada, South Korea, and the UK. Again, all of this can be drilled into much further. At the moment, we're just showing the sort of headline investment flows in terms of the larger flows. But if we just take the example of the US, they've received investment from investors in 23 different countries financing their projects, and you can sort of drill into all of that data there. So that's a really brief snapshot, just because I know that everybody wants their tea and coffee, but we are open to your feedback, and if there's something that you want to see, then do reach out and we'll see if we can include that as well.
Okay, so in our analysis, and obviously, as I said, we split out the technologies and feedstocks. A lot of the investment and the number of investors are investing heavily into power-to-liquid technologies. Then this sort of breaks it down. So when this will be an online tool, so what you'll be able to do is just hover over certain things and filter, so you can dig into it a bit deeper and find out a bit more information. But I think it just highlights quite nicely, you know, where the investment's going into which technology. So power to liquids, alcohol to jet, and FTs, probably no surprises on that. And then it will split it out into the plants, SAF plants that are operational or planned. And then we've also mapped where the investors are in the world and where the production facilities are located as well. So it's kind of sort of represents some quite nice overlap in that respect. And then when you map over some of the instruments, so this, bearing in mind, this is only instruments around the world where a SAF project has received private investment. So obviously there are a lot more policies and instruments out there in the world, so that's not represented on this map. So what we can see here is mapping of plants that are kind of at different stages alongside various initiatives that are happening around the world. So again, when the map is launched, you'll be able to dig into this a bit deeper. This is constantly a piece of work that's evolving that we're working on. But I think what's going to be interesting as we use this as a benchmark today is how this is going to progress over the coming years. You know, what's this landscape going to look like in 2 or 5 years' time, as the world, essentially different nations, are talking about various instruments and policies to develop a SAF industry. So I think it will set a sort of interesting benchmark. So it'll be good to see what happens later down the track. So we're aiming for end of May to launch this interactive tool. If you want to be notified when it is launched, then please do drop us an email. So that's a whistle-stop tour. We're now going to send you off into a refreshment break. So if you can, we're coming back at 11:15. So we'll call you in shortly before so we can make a start at 11:15. So if you join us for government and industry initiatives in this room, and then commercialisation day will start over in the whistle room next door. So thank you very much, everybody.
to come in and sit down so that we can start this session. This session is about the key enablers that are going to help us develop a UK SAF industry, alongside, of course, the policy development and the investment that we're going to need in new plant. And I gather you've heard from Andrew Browne MP about the latest government policy developments. So today, the three enablers we're going to be looking at are very excitingly I think the first public outing of the learnings from the Virgin Atlantic 100% SAF transatlantic flight, and then the developments from the Jet Zero Council SAF development group, and then more information about the SAF clearinghouse at Sheffield University and how to access it for fuel testing. So I'm delighted to say that our keynote speaker today is Luke Ervine, the Head of Sustainability at Virgin Atlantic. So Luke, please come and join us, and we're looking forward to hearing about this.
Hello, thank you for inviting me here to speak today. Apologies, first and foremost. You may have been expecting Holly Boyd-Boland to be here. Unfortunately, she can't, so you've got me instead. But I will endeavour to do her justice. So let me take you back, I think May 22. The then Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, was flying out to the US, decided when he landed a very important SAF conference to announce that the government were going to run a competition, and that competition would effectively be for the first kind of operator to run 100% SAF flight transatlantic. And, you know, given who we are as Virgin Atlantic, we put our name forward, won the bid, and decided that we wanted to accept that challenge, which I think is a really good shout by the government. I think, you know, pushing these types of industry moments are really key to making sure that we're all collaborating together in advancement of, obviously, decarbonisation. So we didn't do it alone. Virgin Atlantic led the bid, but I think there's a few people in the room that were certainly on that flight. But helping us to deliver the flight, we had, of course, Boeing. We flew this mission on a 787-9. It was powered by 2 Trent 1000 Rolls-Royce engines. So again, we had kind of Boeing, Rolls, our OEMs really working with us in collaboration. We had scientists and academia supporting, so Sheffield University, and I saw Mohammed is here today. Hi, Mohammed. So we had Sheffield helping us. We also had Imperial College London helping us, and I'll explain kind of their roles in a minute. We also had some consultants, so we had ICF and RMI who were really helping us to deliver things like life cycle assessments and so on and so forth, which I will talk about a bit more. I guess really what I wanted to talk to today, and I could stand here and talk for a long, long time about our findings, is really the high-level results. We had a lovely event last night where we kind of provided these results to industry, to policymakers, to regulators, and I'm really proud to be able to kind of stand here today and share these with you as well. What I would say is that, like all things, safety, security underpins everything we do within the aviation industry, and particularly at Virgin. So this flight, whilst obviously we don't or aren't able to have 100% SAF as a technical equivalency, this flight therefore operated on what we call a permit to fly. So it was a single non-commercial flight. Ultimately, that single non-commercial flight was a long time in the making, lots of kind of processes involved in understanding kind of the technical feasibility of the SAF that we were using, understanding what the safety, the risk assessments were, and hours of testing through engines, through APUs, I think 16 hours in total of testing. So we demonstrated ultimately that the use of 100% SAF was as safe as using a traditional jet fuel. And in order to deliver the flight, no modifications of engines, of the A-frame, of any of the system components was needed. This was a 100% drop-in solution that we proved to be safe. Here today is demonstration of that, having flown on that flight from Heathrow to JFK, and I can tell you it was a very, very kind of auspicious and amazing kind of experience we had that day. So 100% safe, equivalent operation to jet. The headline on, obviously, the CO2 is that we were able to reduce CO2 emissions on a life cycle basis by 64%. We actually used a kind of a blend of both HEFA and what we call SAK, made by a company called Virent. So the SAK component is a high aromatic component of jet. So we pushed the two SAF fuels together to create our own unique blend. It delivered a 64% reduction. That's 95 tonnes of CO2 equivalent saved on a kind of a equivalent London, New York flight. But at the same time, we also did a lot of kind of life cycle assessment analysis. So not just the fuel itself, we actually looked at how people get to the airport, how kind of the ground services kind of impact in terms of the energy consumption and therefore the CO2. And we looked at a whole range of things, and ICF actually helped us to deliver a kind of a blueprint, if you like, for a full end-to-end life cycle assessment, of which SAF is obviously a very small part. So we've got a paper waiting to be kind of put up onto a shared kind of file that we will then present to everyone in the aviation industry that can actually dip in and see those results should they want. We're going to do a readout, a really technical readout of all those findings in and around the 3rd of June, I think it is, and after which we will put and share all of these findings as a kind of an open source set of documents for everyone to kind of lean into if they wish to see them. Obviously, the CO2 benefits were kind of expected, but it does underscore the fact that, you know, if we look at a 10% by 2030 SAF horizon in the UK, based on that sort of 64 to 70% reduction, we are looking at about 3.5 million tonnes of CO2e saved every year. And that's probably about the equivalent to kind of Virgin Zone emissions per year. So we are talking a large amount of emissions as a result of obviously that 10% SAF by 2030 within the UK. So CO2, kind of expected, underscores the importance of SAF and what it means for decarbonising the aviation industry. But other things we found out were non-CO2 related. And I think this is where I certainly was surprised. I'm sure there are scientists and fuel experts in the audience, which this will be kind of no surprise to. But what we found actually when we burnt the fuel through kind of an APU unit to replicate kind of real-life combustion at the University of Sheffield with Mohammed and his team, what we found is that the actual energy density of SAF was higher than traditional jet. And what it gives us is an incremental fuel burn of 1% compared to jet. Now, again, doesn't sound like a lot, but on that flight from kind of Heathrow to JFK, what it saved us effectively was 350 kilograms of fuel. If I scale that up over time, you know, we are looking at a reduction potentially in fuel of around 12,000 tonnes in the UK at that 10% SAF, or globally around 400,000 tonnes. So small gains are really important, and the higher calorific value of SAF means that actually you get additional gains over and above just that pure replacement from jet. So really, really important. The other things from a non-CO2 aspect, we looked at obviously the particulates. We tested our own blend of SAF. We saw 40% reduction in particulates. What I say is, you know, all of this was a one-off flight, very small sample testing, so much, much more research needed really to validate a lot of these findings and use other SAFs to do similar tests. But I'm just relaying that for that particular blend of SAF, we saw a reduction in 40% particles. That's, you know, really key in terms of local air quality, both at airports and in the communities where we fly from. But I think ultimately as well, we're talking about contrails and how those particulates kind of help create contrails, and therefore any reduction in particles surely must be a good thing. So a lot of this has led to more collaboration. I think Sheffield and Imperial that have done some of this research are now going to work with Leeds to really understand how that translates into reduced contrail formations. So a lot more research needed, but you know, the findings look very, very promising. And finally, really about the kind of I guess, low-hanging fruit, the operational efficiencies that we looked at. So during Flight 100, we didn't just look at SAF, we didn't just look at kind of the non-CO2 elements, we actually looked at what other efficiency gains could be had through ground handling, through kind of, you know, direct routing, continuous climb, descent, etc., etc. And what we found is that we could actually save 4.4% of our fuel through those initiatives. I think there were 9 in total. Again, these perhaps don't seem like significant figures. We'll talk a bit later, but you know, all of those small kind of gains really do build up over time. So a little bit about the fuel itself. Here on this slide, you can probably see the fact that in terms of feedstock, we had, you know, for the heifer component, pretty traditional kind of waste fats. They came from Portugal and Austria. We blended this with the SAC, so the aromatic component, at a ratio of 88:12. And really the reason we did that was to get a very specific density that was a kind of a technical equivalent to Jet A. The SAC, actually, a shout out to one of the sponsors here, Johnson Matthey. They do all the front end engineering for Virent Fuels that produce the SAC for us. So really important that we've got those kind of technology providers supporting kind of the SAF producers. We source that SAC from the US, and it's really a kind of a dextrose-based kind of cornstarch in a fairly similar way to kind of alcohol to jet, but actually is a very specific process called bioform process. So those two SAFs came together to provide our unique blend. I guess one of the things and one of the real key learnings from this project was how you therefore blend this type of fuel. I think most of our time actually was probably spent filling out, safety sheets, making sure that we understood what the particular kind of components of that fuel looked like, and therefore, really making sure that actually we did not contaminate that fuel with obviously the normal fuel farm. So a lot of the time we had to keep it very separate. We had to blend it separately. We had to transport it separately. And we actually had to upload it into Wing very separately. So a lot of kind of focus on the safety and obviously making sure that there was no cross-contamination with normal fuels. I'll talk a bit more about the fuel burn in the engine in a minute, because that was a really kind of key element to the project. What we really had to do first and foremost, and you can see on the left here, we've got kind of the characteristics of this particular fuel compared to Jet A. I guess what it's trying to tell us, you'll see the kind of the green column. All we're really saying here is that, from a technical equivalency, the SAF that we used during the flight was equivalent to normal Jet A. And really, some of the key kind of pieces of this are the density, which you can see there is 777.7. That's a really important number, actually, because within our permit to fly, we had to make sure that when we blended the fuel, we actually hit that density level. I think it was 778, kind of plus or minus 5. So we really had to make sure that when we did all this testing, when we actually produced the batch that we were going to fly the plane with, we had to make sure that they were pretty much exactly the same kind of densities. So it was a really, really important kind of area for us to focus on. And actually, sometimes you'll hear us talk about an 88-12 ratio. Other times you'll hear us talk about an 87.3 versus a 12.7 ratio. The reason being is because we were always trying to get to that density, which was a very key condition within our permit to fly. So really, really important. Obviously, the other piece that's super critical here is aromatics, and that's what the SAK gave us. It gave us an equivalent amount of aromatics to jet. And obviously, we all know, I think probably within this room, that aromatics are really key in making sure that we obviously get the kind of the seals in the engine, and the operation of the engine is kind of equivalent to that on Jet A1. Boeing, Rolls-Royce, Airbus, I'm sure have all tested 100% SAF, and I'm sure there's been thousands of hours spent running fuels through engines and making sure that obviously 100% SAF is safe within their own kind of infrastructure. So actually what we did in terms of a bench engine test with Rolls was kind of just a confidence test. We didn't actually necessarily need to do it in order to get our permit to fly. So what you see here really on the other side is the results of the performance of the engine testing. You can see the dashed line is the SAF and the solid lines are the Jet A1. And really this is kind of thrusts and acceleration through various kind of compressions through the engine. And you can see that SAF and Jet A1 in this instance pretty much mirror the same performance. There are slight variations, that's down to kind of climate and it's also down to the fact that you had a different guy operating the thrust one day to the other. But other than that, those results are pretty much identical and gave us real high confidence levels that this fuel would operate in the way we expected it to operate. And there's a non-CO2 piece. So I think what you see here, again, on the right-hand side or left as you're looking at it, is particulate matter, both size and distribution. The red line is obviously Jet A1. The green line is our blend of SAF, and the blue line is a pure HEFA SAF. Obviously, as you go from the HEFA down to the Jet, you see, other way around, what you see is a kind of an increase in the amount of particulates. So in this case, Jet has got the highest amount of particulates. The green line, our particular SAF blend, obviously has a 40% reduction in those particulates. And that's what we really found out in terms of that beyond CO2 element, is that those reductions are really key in terms of local air quality. I think there's more work that's ongoing with Imperial and Sheffield to analyse whether the toxicity of those particles is different to the toxicity of particles that you might get in Jet A1. I think, bit of a spoiler, there may be an article coming out in Nature Journal soon that focuses on those things. But again, these are one-off tests. More needs to be done before we really find out the kind of the absolute kind of results from that. But I think it's really promising. And obviously, from a contrails perspective, on the other side, what you see here, number one is the height of the flight. So that's at 40,000 feet. We normally would fly at about 35 to 37,000 feet, but on this occasion, the aircraft was quite light. We only had 110 observers on board. We call them essential observers because they were non-commercial passengers, and that's really important, the fact this was not a commercial flight. But we flew at 40,000 feet, which was quite high. But we worked with Imperial to understand how we can predict where contrails might form. And in this instance, you see two. These are two plumes where Imperial predicted we would see contrail formation if we flew through them. Now, as you can see, we flew above them. But if you can see the picture there, what we've implemented is a visual reporting tool. I think we've now done about 200 visual kind of report findings where we're able to actually identify where contrails were formed by using a process that is as simple as the captain observing where he sees contrails being formed by other aircraft. And as you can see in that picture number 4, that aircraft flew through that large plume, number 2, and we can see it creating a contrail there. So what we're able to do is, using this information, is make sure that we're feeding that information back to Imperial. They're able to change their kind of weather prediction models and actually finesse them to really accurately predict where contrails might form. Now, at the same time, we did build in the breakthrough energy kind of contrail mitigation tool into our flight planning software. We didn't use it on the day, but I think over the next couple of months, we're actually going to perform about 6 to 10 contrail avoidance flights using that breakthrough energy software within our planning tool. And then operational efficiencies. So kind of the last section here, 2,191 kilograms of fuel saved during those operational efficiencies. It was a suite of 9 different kind of initiatives. Some of them are kind of Boeing tools that help us to better predict how much fuel we need, how much fuel we should carry even, and really kind of understand in terms of that weight additive what's kind of possible in terms of really making that tight so that we're not carrying too much fuel and therefore burning too much fuel. Some of them are ground-based, so things like single-engine taxiing, electric pushbacks, those kind of things, and then a lot of it is obviously kind of actually in flight. And interestingly, the in-flight aspect saved about 70% of that 2,191 kilograms, which really indicates what we can achieve in terms of airspace modernisation. Again, not huge volumes here, 4.7 tonnes saved, kind of within, 4.4% of overall fuel use kind of saved. But if you scale that up to all of our flights every year on the LHR to JFK route, what it means is that we could save potentially 4.7 tonnes of fuel per year, which obviously has kind of a 20,000 kind of equivalent CO2 return on that fuel saving. So small things actually build up to big things. And, you know, from our perspective, it's really important that we carry on those collaborations with the air traffic managers and really kind of make sure that we're gleaning all of those efficiencies as we can. So really, that was what I wanted to share with you today. Like I said, we're going to have a full readout of all of our results, very, very kind of in-depth on the 3rd of June. You're all welcome to attend. It will be an online event. All of the different workstream leads across effectively 7 work streams that we had set up for Flight 100 will be there, sharing all the learnings, all the insight, and obviously all of the results. So I look forward, hopefully, to seeing some of you there. But I will now pause and take some questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Luke, for that very exciting insight into the results. Are you able to correlate the reduction in particulate with the increase in energy density?
No, not at all. I think the increase in energy density is really about the hydrogen. So I guess by virtue of the fact that there's more hydrogen and kind of less particulates, yeah.
I mean, you're getting more complete combustion, aren't you?
Yeah, but the energy density is really the hydrogen. And we have our fuel experts here that can probably do a better job of explaining that than I. But
Okay, questions for Leigh about this exciting flight. Right, there's a lady here and then, sorry, and then a gentleman in a blue shirt behind. So,
hello, Joanna Baldry. I'm a fuels consultant. Your data show quite impressive improvements on things, but how much fuel would you have saved if you'd flown at normal altitudes rather than one? And the other one was, how much would you have gained if you'd run just a currently permitted 50% heifer blend? Because I think you'd see a fair percentage of what you're claiming as benefits.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of, this is a one-off flight, and there was a lot of trade-offs in here. So, you know, for instance, those operational efficiencies, we were pretty much prioritised. What we have effectively done is realise that there are those trade-offs. So this is kind of just what is potentially possible. I think if we'd have flown lower, for sure, we would have had kind of a less efficient flight. That altitude gives you more efficiency. But also, obviously, that continuous climb, that continuous descent gives you more efficiency. And you can't really expect that to happen all the time at airports, given how congested the skies are. So we've done a very comprehensive full end-to-end life cycle analysis. I think it was with 46 different flights, understanding the fuel consumption of all of those. So that 95 tonnes that we talk about is actually kind of how we compare that with a standard flight. Again, there will be slight variations. We won't glean as much efficiencies had we flown at a normal kind of 35, but it's all in the balance there, it's all in the mix, and we've got an LCA which we'll share with everyone that really kind of identifies where some of those savings could be. And sorry, the second question was?
It was just, it would be interesting for comparison anyway, if you showed what you could expect from a 50% blend heifer with a traditional Jet A1.
Okay.
And also it could be interesting to look at data already published on flights with heifer and SAC blends from about 2016 by NRC Canada.
Presumably, once you've published your data in June, people will be able to start doing exactly those sorts of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously we didn't fly the 50% blend, and we used a very specific fuel on that flight. So yeah, it would be very interesting to see what that looks like from a 50% blend perspective. But
right, the gentleman in the we had the same question. Right. Any other questions about this very exciting development? I can't see any more hands. Well, I think we're
There's one over there.
Oh, is there one? Excellent. Great. It's quite hard to see from here, isn't it? Yes, so if you do want to ask a question, do feel free to make yourself very visible.
Thanks very much. My name is James from the European Climate Foundation. On the life cycle analysis for GHG savings, I wondered if you considered any of the potential displacement effects of using crop-based feedstocks, both the first use with the cornstarch and the second use with the was it used cooking oil, the heifer?
Waste fat, yeah.
Waste fat, yeah. I just wondered if you modelled displacement effects or land use change and things like that. Thank you.
I mean, obviously there's a lot more research that needs to be done on kind of life cycle analysis of different fuels, and I think that's something that everyone here can agree it needs to be tighter. Obviously, to do that would have taken us an awful long time. What we effectively used was the kind of the traditional methodologies in terms of kind of using the GREET for the US-based cornstarch one, using the kind of traditional kind of UK-based ICAO CORSIA kind of models for the other heifer component. But I think everyone probably here knows that more research is definitely needed in terms of kind of displacements for various different feedstocks and what that means in terms of the true life cycle assessment. And I think that's something that, as an airline, we support, we want accuracy, but I think there's just a lot more that needs to be done. And every time you use a particular fuel, you do need a kind of model that really helps you to understand what the trade-offs exist. But point taken. Yeah.
There's a question right at the back there, gentleman over in that corner. In terms of, are there enough waste fats in the world to provide all we need? Because didn't you say you needed those for the high aromatics? And what will you use instead?
Yeah, so the high aromatics used actually, it was the cornstarch.
It's the cornstarch gives you the high
dextrose.
Right.
You created the high aromatics for us. On your question of feedstocks, it's the perennial question that comes around every few months. Undoubtedly, we do not have enough waste oils, waste fats. We've seen that obviously in the way that the government has considered the mandate, trying to make sure that kind of, to a certain extent, we've kind of developing an industry that doesn't use waste oils, fats, cooking oils, etc., etc. And we really want to develop that kind of, second generational kind of SAF industry. And I think that's where the UK can play a really key role. So ultimately, what we'll need is all types of feedstocks, whether it be power to liquid, whether it be, alcohol to jet type, heifer or FT, and also your more traditional kind of heifer-based fuels. So, there's not enough feedstock from a waste oils and fats, but I think collectively with all those technologies, there's enough feedstock to create enough SAF.
Great. There was, the gentleman, I hope there's a gentleman over there as well with a microphone.
Thank you very much, Luke. Kwame Baker from Zero Petroleum. You gained great publicity from this flight, so really well done to you and the Virgin team. I guess the question is really what next? What are you looking at doing next?
Is that a loaded question, Kwame? You want to do some power to liquid? Let's do it.
We do.
I think what's next is having a rest for about a year. It's been a very full-on year, but I think really our focus is trying to make sure that kind of, things like the contrails, the non-CO2 piece. I know that you guys have also done some similar research and kind of come to the same conclusions, but I think it's kind of taking that to the next level over the next kind of 3-4 months in terms of contrail avoidance. But ultimately, I would love to do something around power to liquid and see what we can do in terms of 100% power to liquid flight, with obviously some aromatics in the fuel as well.
Excellent.
Thank you. Well, at that point, I think we should give Luke a very warm thank you, particularly for stepping in at short notice, but also for a fascinating presentation. Thank you very much indeed. And we move on now to Leigh Hudson, the Sustainable Fuels and Carbon Manager for IAG, and also, I think, Deputy Chair of the Jet Zero Council SAF Working Group. So, Leigh, thank you.
Hi, everyone, and I'm here to give you an overview of the Jet Zero Council work, and I'm hoping that I've got a few people in the room that know it very well. So could I just have a quick show of hands? Who's already engaged with Jet Zero through one of the working groups? Or, quite a few. That's good. We've got room for more recruits, though, Michelle and Hazel. So I'm going to go over what's happened in the Jet Zero Council group for the last few years, and also to tell you a bit more about some work that Innovate UK has been doing about public perceptions on SAF. So it's really unique, the Jet Zero Council. And as an international company, we often get questions outside the UK of, what is this organisation? How does it work? And it's supported by 3 ministers, of the key departments of transport, business, and energy and net zero. So all the key stakeholders are represented at a very senior level, and they sit alongside a whole range of stakeholders from across the aviation and energy sectors, including some of the civil society reps as well. So it's a really important forum to track progress and to measure against the goals that we've heard about already from the Minister and from Michelle. So the aim is to support the 10% SAF mix by 2030 to do the 100% flight, which was successfully delivered. So all power to Virgin, and just the sheer amount of time and expertise that went into that flight is completely fantastic that we managed to do that in such a short space of time. And then, of course, the big question is, can we get the 5 plants in construction by 2025? And to help with that delivery, there are 4 key groups overseen by a SAF delivery group. And so far, we've had 51 online meetings for this particular section of SAF delivery group. And alongside the SAF work, there's also the zero emission flight groups, but I'm only going to touch on SAF today. So my boss, Jonathan Council, Group Head of Sustainability at IAG, has the job of steering the different working groups, and we provide, this particular group provides advice to the overall delivery plan for the SAF delivery, and also advice to government. It's a bit smaller than some of the other groups, but very critical into steering the direction that we go on the subgroups. First subgroup is on technology. So Mercedes chairs that from Edinburgh, Harriet University, and that's really been doing some critical work on some of the technical aspects we've just heard about. What do we have to think about in getting the blends to 100%? How do we understand those non-CO2 impacts? And that's really encouraging to see those results from the Virgin trial. Feedstock is the big question as well, isn't it? I can't think of a meeting I've been to on SAF where we haven't had a debate about what feedstock should we have and how do we make sure they're sustainable. And one of the interesting parts for me as a SAF and carbon manager is the carbon removal aspects of SAF. And I was really pleased to see in the SAF mandate that there's a recognition for carbon removal. So I think another worldwide first. I think it's the first policy that's going to recognise SAF negative emissions, which is fantastic. Matt Gorman's had a busy few years chairing the mandate group. This is the informal forum for government and industry stakeholders to look at the structure of the mandate. At the end of the presentation, I'll be sharing the dates for upcoming Jet Zero webinars that you can join. And it's been very interesting to have that open debate online. All of our meetings so far have been virtual, but a real good debate between airlines, producers and developers, oil companies and the government on how do we get SAF to work in the UK under a mandated scenario. And I think Grant Pearson's here somewhere as the chair of the Commercialisation group. Again, a group that's had a very busy time working on the revenue certainty mechanism, and the key question of how do we get these plants financed, how do we get companies to FID and construction to start as soon as possible. And I hope you've all read page to page the revenue certainty mechanism and the mandate consultations. I won't be testing you on that, I promise. So where have we come since July 2020 when this whole journey started? And to be honest with you, I know we've been busy, but actually I was really stunned to see how much we've managed to get done in that time. And if you think about the number of consultations and events that have taken place, all the different reports that have happened over this period, it's been a very intense period of policy activity, culminating, as we know, in the mandate response being published a couple of weeks ago. But if I think about, I was asked to chair the SAF delivery group for COP26, and at that point, you didn't have to have a very big container to look at how much SAF we were using in the UK. It was very small, and we had no bulk supplies of SAF at that point in the UK. And since that point, as the Minister mentioned this morning, the supply of sustainable jet from Phillips 66 is now happening. That's going into Heathrow. And 1% doesn't sound like much, but believe me, in a really big market like the UK, 1% SAF is a very big achievement to have made over the period from that COP26 event, which was the end of 2021, to do that in 3 short years, to have multiple import routes now and supply from Phillips. Obviously, the Virgin flight has been a really significant milestone, but also the establishment of the clearinghouse, and I'm going to hand over to Chris next. I mean, we've got some very, very talented fuel experts here, some of them in the room, and they've been at the forefront of making SAF a reality on the technical fora, and now we have the clearinghouse, we can really play a much fuller role in helping get new technologies approved and progressed. So, just in case you had a burning desire to read the consultations just now, here are the QR codes that you can scan. That revenue certainty mechanism, don't forget, you have a few weeks yet to respond on that consultation document. Really key for getting SAF plants up and running in here in the UK. And if you want to read the 2-year Jet Zero plan, believe me, I'm not going to be testing you on any of this text because even I can't read it. But you can download the plan, again, with a QR code here. And we're going to have a very busy couple of months coming up now that the consultation document's out and the mandate's been published. So I mentioned that we've had investment into projects and the revenue certainty mechanism happening. And the key investment mechanism really up to now has been government support through the AFF. And we're also going to hear from those projects as well. There's a whole spectrum of technologies that if you get a chance to go and wander around outside, a lot of them are here presenting. And we've seen a lot more investment into the UK because of the progress that's been made with Jet Zero and the various mechanisms that work alongside policy development to help the SAF industry become established in the UK. So I want to talk about a survey that Innovate UK did on behalf of the Jet Zero Council. And it was really to sort of test public awareness about SAF. And in fact, if you're on a British Airways flight and you're a bit bored of the films, there is a British Airways sustainability channel which you can look at the SAF supply chain that British Airways currently have and a description of how it works. And it's fascinating to see that even though we've been talking about this a lot for the last few years, and certainly for me since 2008, people still are very new to the world of SAF. So 7 out of 10 people never having heard of it. And the question about what do you think SAF is a blind question. They hadn't been told anything about SAF. We had quite a high proportion of people thinking it's to do with hydrogen or electric aircraft. So we have some work to do to educate people. And 1 in 10 know at least that we do have SAF in use currently, and it's a real thing. And encouragingly for the airline community, there's an indication here in the survey that people would not only pay more for SAF flights, but also would actively seek them out. I don't know, I think there might be a few sceptical shakes of the head on that one, but I do know from our own offers to customers, we offer customers SAF through a number of the airlines within the group, and SAF is favoured much more strongly than carbon removal credits at the moment. So I think there is that perception that SAF in the supply chain is more direct mitigation for their flight emissions. So that's good news. So assessing what makes SAF, what SAF made from, well, somebody might have been watching the video because used cooking oil comes out as quite a strong contender there. And interestingly, waste gases from industry was a really strong response. It'd be interesting to know if you've got any thoughts about why that might be. But looking across that spectrum, it's pretty broad. People do seem to have some awareness of the types of things that we can make SAF from. So, why did they think it was low-waste gases? Any guesses? Well, when you look at the spectrum of where the responses came from, if you look there, there's quite a high proportion of people responding from Wales. So Wales is the site of the Transatlantic project that Greg mentioned this morning, so I think he's over there, and just got planning permission recently, didn't it, Greg? So I think there's a signal that people in the local area are starting to get awareness about SAF projects in their backyard, and that's going to be a theme as we go forward with the mandate and the revenue certainty work. So you can read the full report through the QR code there. And Michelle's here if you've got any really tough questions, because because she was the instigator of that study, and it's produced some very interesting results. So that is it from me today. And I can take questions.
Oh, thank you very much.
Sorry, I forgot to... Apologies,
Don't worry.
Stopped a bit too soon. I wanted to mention the webinars that are coming. I said that we'd be describing the fact that we've got a number of webinars coming up this month. And for those of you that aren't already engaged in these, you can email and get an invite. So obviously the mandate webinar is a key one to understand more of the mandate, and the commercialisation subgroup meeting also coming up is a key one to listen in about the revenue certainty mechanism and the options that have been explored. I can appreciate that's quite a complicated area, so encourage people to sign up for that one. And finally, there's a joint SEF zero emission flight and SAF meeting looking at green hydrogen for both SAF and for direct propulsion, which is also coming up in the next week or so. So very busy times. Technology subgroups, we've been focusing mainly on nuclear recently, but the dates for that will be announced soon. So this is my final slide, I promise. This is to find out more and also to join Jet Zero as an associate member. There's the relevant email, and associate members get invited to all of the webinars and get all the newsletters. So, right.
Thank you very much. So are we going to get your next big milestone of 5 operational SAF plants by next year?
It's pretty soon, isn't it?
It is quite soon. And if we haven't yet got the revenue certainty mechanism sorted out, I suspect investors are still feeling a bit unsure.
Yes, and we know, I mean, I'm an industrial chemist. Doing these projects takes years, and some of the projects have been under development for years, but as you say, to get to the final decision, some of them will need that revenue certainty aspect to be in place. So I should ask Hazel when we think we might have them.
Of course, I mean, if you'd asked the minister, he just said, of course, and he did say that.
He did say, of course.
It is under construction, not...
Yes, that's right. So yes, I mean, for the airline community, seeing production happening, our first SAF supply through Lanzajet in Freedom Pines, which is in Georgia, alcohol to jet project is just coming out this month, we hope. So that's been an overnight success over about a decade, so it does take a long time.
It does sort of feel there's been one consultation after another, and I do feel that in terms of the pressure to meet our net zero commitments, we are going to have to find quicker ways of doing these things. Otherwise, everything just keeps moving to the right, and we generate all this excitement, and then it doesn't quite happen. And we've got to find ways of moving more quickly. But that's, I think that's one of our big challenges. Anyway, questions for Leigh? And do wave arms.
They all know all about Jet Zero already, so that's good.
Well, that's good. You have quite a lot of members of Jet Zero
in the
various
room,
councils here. So, okay. Well, we'll perhaps have a session with the whole group at the end, because we're going to have time for that. But thank you very much. And we move on to Chris Lewis, the Director of the UK SAF Clearinghouse at the University of Sheffield, to tell us what they're doing and some more about testing of fuels.
Well, I'm going to say good morning. It's good afternoon. My name's Chris Lewis, as you say. We're setting up the UK SAF Clearinghouse at Sheffield University to support the industry. And I'm going to give you a very quick overview today because we've got quite a lot of work going on. There's some familiar faces around the room who've already spoke to us, a lot of them over a television screen most of the time. So, I'm around for the 2 days, so do come up and talk to me. And if anybody wants to talk to me separately, or we've got a contact details at the end. So the UK SAF Clearinghouse, the Clearinghouse, I'm going to describe what it does, but it's basically providing assistance to the industry. And it's funded by the Department for Transport. We're located at Sheffield University. And we've also got Ricardo as a consultancy on board. Probably a lot of you heard of them. So Sheffield University, myself and the team there, we focus on the technical issues. But because we're talking about looking at making sure these materials are actually truly sustainable and meet the mandate requirements, then Ricardo are helping with that. And because there's funding to be available, they're helping managing the grants. So we're trying to do two things. We're trying to help people individually to give them technical advice and support, but we're also trying to help the overall industry in the UK so that we've got a thriving SAF industry. Because one of the questions earlier is, how much can we actually make in the UK? So, we're there to help that. And we're playing a key role to help being a global leader so that we've got the whole thing. We've got the production methods, we've got the materials, and we're actually producing fuel that meets the requirements. And I'll talk about that separately. So really, so you think you can make SAF? Jet fuel, as I could explain for an hour, but I won't, is a very high-performance fluid. It has to work under very difficult conditions, and as you come along and make it in different ways, the industry has to be very cautious and apply strict rules before you can actually put it in an aircraft. And there's also a lot of development work beforehand that's been going on for years on some of the products that have been qualified for use, but there's new products coming along all the time. So, sorry, it's a bit of an eye test, is the fuel readiness chart, which the industry came up with. And I just put that up to illustrate that there's 9 levels of fuel readiness level. It's equivalent to, if you've done research, it's technology readiness levels. And at the top, you've basically got a concept or an idea. Then you go through the laboratory scale. You might do a few mils in the laboratory, or 10 mils in glassware, and then you work up to pilot scale, and then down at the bottom you get into production, and at 9 it's fit and forget. So, on the one hand, we want people to be aware of SAF, but when they get on a plane and then they get off at the other end, we don't want them to be aware of SAF if they're using it. It has to be, completely drop-in and invisible in use. So we offer guidance at all of those stages. One of the main things we actually do at the Sheffield University part is we give them advice and information as to how to evaluate their new fuels and how to get the testing done and how to interpret the results, because it is quite a complex issue there. If they might just meet one of the current allowances, there is a special specification for fuels that are not made from conventional sources, so the standard Jet A, Jet A1, if you come along and you're making it the sort of, the heifers and things and fishy trots that we've heard of, then there is a specification that controls them specifically because the rules have to be different. And so we help them with that. Importantly, we help them connect with the industry stakeholders and facilitate collaboration and also give them access to critical information and resources to help them through their journey. So the last one that we do is if people are setting up in the UK and they need our advice and information in terms of due diligence as they scale up, then we can help with that as well. So it's at all phases, I keep emphasising that. So very briefly, I'm not going to go through all this because I've made a career out of understanding all this, and quite a few people in the room probably have as well. But there's 2 stages to think about that we can help with. We call pre-screening the early stages. So like I say, if you're at a concept and although I don't get involved with investment and business models, sometimes it's like, can we actually make this? Can we make it on a commercial basis? Some people can say perhaps make diesel fuel, which is similar in some respects but very different in others, but can we turn it into SAF? And at the early stages, with a few mils of fuel, the industry's developed methodology to be able to predict with a reasonable amount of certainty that, what it will look like as a neat blend stock or once you've blended it. And so you can do iterations and evaluation and optimisation, and they can also look at what route they might get through in terms of fitting in with one of the current annexes of the specification that allows the current products, or whether they want to go through the full ASTM or what we call the fast track, which is a short version. So that I'll explain that in a moment. The first bit is it's important. It's R&D. It's evaluation and it's reiteration, so it's quite comfortable there. Once you get into ASTM, it's worth bearing in mind that is sort of pass or fail. Okay, once you start ASTM, that's serious. And as you can see, the sort of stages you might have to go through, including laboratory work, perhaps even rig or even engine and aircraft testing. Obviously, it gets more and more expensive, so we try and de-risk that by doing a stage at a time. And the bit at the top is called fast track, so if you've got a product that looks like a lot of them that have already been produced, it gives you an easier route. So we can advise where people are in that journey. So the sort of support we've got, and there's I would say, but there's an excellent website, but I must say Ricardo, with our help, but mainly Ricardo's done a lot of work creating a website, so there's a lot of resources on there. I'll give you the address at the end, but Google will pick us up if you just put UK SAF Clearinghouse or something like that. Google will point you to it. So there's all the information there, but the more interactive one is come and talking to us. And that's the first bit, is the advice and information is free at the point of use, because that's all fully funded. And if you've then got the point where you've got perhaps some fuel samples, you have a cunning plan in terms of how you want to go forward, we can help design a test plan for you to get that fuel evaluated against the right criteria that the industry would be looking at once you get towards either pre-screening or the ASTM process, or indeed due diligence. And the eligibility criteria, because it's linked to the DFT and their mandates, is obviously the technical suitability, which is what it sounds like. Looking at the criteria of the sustainability, so does it actually meet the mandate requirements and other sustainability criteria? And then the commercialisation, so what is the potential for this? But we recognise people who are perhaps at pilot scale doing thousands of gallons, they can be more certain about commercialisation and cost, stroke, price and volumes. But even people at earlier stages, they shouldn't be frightened of coming to us, because we accept that at the very early stages that may not be well defined yet. And it's important to note that I make an English joke, so pardon me, that clearinghouses are a bit like UK buses. You have none and then 3 come along. But there was one in the States that's been around for a few years. We've set up last April, and we're well established. We actually officially launched in November last year. The EU, they're setting up a clearinghouse as well. So we're working in collaboration with them, because the last thing the industry wants is parallel streams or duplicate work. So the application process, I should say, is fairly simple. We've tried to keep the admin and the bureaucracy down, and I won't go through it today, but if anybody's interested, please come and talk to me. But basically, you get the eligibility stage, so you look at it, we talk to you, we can sign an NDA at this stage if you need to, and if that works and then you've got some fuel samples, you go through stage 2 where you apply for funding and get a grant application, and then testing and advice and guidance at the end. One thing I would emphasise, or two things I would emphasise. Number one, unlike a lot of these sort of initiatives, this is not a competition. People approach us, they are helped based on their individual merit. That's the first point. The second thing is, it's almost like an open shop in that you can come to us any time while the funding's available. And you can even come back to us to take you to the next stage. If you do a stage and you move forward, say you do pre-screening and that looks good, you want to go to another stage. So it's just worth bearing that in mind, that it's not a one-off and it's not a competition as such. So the clearinghouse as such at Sheffield doesn't actually have any built-in analytical facilities, because again we wanted to support the UK industry, and so rather than invest in all new equipment straight off, we've linked up to some recognised test houses. People will probably recognise the names there at the top. They meet sort of basic requirements in terms of accreditation and experience. And there's the two clearinghouses at the bottom, the DLR and the Washington State. So unfortunately, we haven't got that facility in the UK at the moment to do pre-screening, but we are working on that. Part of the Sheffield University, they're developing a laboratory that's being set up at the moment, so they're working towards accreditation to be able to do ASTM testing. There's a lot of work and effort to get there, and also they're developing the pre-screening capability as well, because we really want pre-screening in the UK. So that's being built up at Sheffield, but it's important to note that they will just become a recognised test house, because the rules with the DFT are that people have to go to open competition. So we tell them what analysis they need to do. They go to these various test houses to see who can provide it and put a bid together. So, as I say, I recognise a few faces in the room that are familiar to me. If there's somebody here that isn't on this list, please come and talk to me. This was basically a call from websites and public data as to the people we think are based in the UK, because you have to be UK based to be eligible. So they're the sort of things that we just picked off the internet and people were aware of. These are the ones that have actually been engaged in the early stages. And again, if somebody's in here and you think, well, I've engaged with Chris, but he's not put us up there, this is very fluid. It's changing all the time. So, we update it every few weeks. And these are the ones that, and again, you'll see them, some of them are in the exhibition area, who are actually looking to seek testing when they've got product available. So we're working closely with them already, but the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned. Just a little bit about the fact that we can't work in isolation. It's been said today already that the industry is global. It's one of the most global industries, aerospace. So we're working with the engine and airframe manufacturers, and we're engaged with them because they're the main gatekeepers. We're working with ASTM in some of the specifications, and the AFC EXCO, which is the UK Defence Standard Specifications, DEF Stand 91091, which is an alternative means of qualifying fuel and delivering it to Jet A1. And as I say, we're coordinating with the other clearinghouses. We're doing more than just coordinating on clearance work. There is, in the industry, these new products and blends do challenge some of the test methodology that we've got. So we're working with them to try and improve that to deliver a better service to the industry. And lastly, overall, we've got an advisory group. I'm aware of the time, so I won't go through that, but you can see there's all the good and the great, and there's actually one or two in this room already. The real main role of the CHAG, as we call it, is to take an overview of the clearinghouse to make sure we're delivering the best service we can to the industry. so they give us a sort of independent view. But also they're a pool of experts, so if something comes along that we're not quite sure of or need to pull somebody in, we can pull out of that pool of people. So we've got that extra level of support. So there's the website, and there's also an email address. But as I say, despite the best efforts of the train companies, I'm here over the 2 days. Difficulty getting here because of train strikes. But I'm around for the 2 days. Please do come and talk to me. But if you've got any questions now, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, questions, specific questions for Chris. There's a gentleman in a pale coloured shirt over there.
It's terrible over here, isn't it? You can't see.
Thank you. I'm not sure who's actually best placed to answer this. It might be more appropriate as a question for an earlier session. But
well, come and sit down here.
Oh, I'll come and sit down.
Then we can throw the questions to any of the three of you, in case anybody can help.
So it's about relating to methanol as a precursor to SAF. Is that one of the eligible, I suppose, precursors that the SAF clearinghouse will look at? And maybe that's more relevant as a question to in terms of the mandate. And I don't know if Hazel is still in the room and able to answer a question on that, but is that included within the kind of alcohol to jet piece?
Yeah, there's a range of alcohols included in the allowance, once methanol has been approved, then that can be used as a precursor in terms of technical suitability. But the industry's been very careful in terms of which alcohols they allow. I don't think my memory's fading a little bit. I don't think methanol's in there yet, but I think it's being worked on. I think it's isobutanol and ethanol at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's no reason why it can't be, and because we've done those other different alcohols, that just makes it easier to get the methanol on the statute.
Thank you.
There's this lady here at the front. I think this one's going to be for you, Chris, so I'd keep hold of the...
No, actually, I was going to comment on the methanol case. There are actually probably two approaches to methanol to jet that are going through the task forces at ASTM. They think they've had to split them, or they're likely to split into two votes, but they're well in progress. Yep. And at this stage, from an ASTM perspective, they don't look at the sustainability, they look at the technical suitabilities. So how you get to methanol to make whatever else is irrelevant to that debate. That debate is strictly, is this a suitable blended component?
Yes, Joanne, that's a good point. Really, ASTM has purity of purpose, that it's all about the technical suitability, which is because it's safety, performance, operability, and airworthiness of the aircraft. The industry has to decide which products it's going to, or which raw materials and processes it's going to work on. But once they get into ASTM, it's purely about the technical suitability, and all the sustainability and commercialisation are outside that ASTM, because you can't have those sort of things influencing the outcome of that programme.
Chris, since my House of Lords Select Committee is looking at engineering biology at the moment, and we've been hearing about enzyme-based routes to SAF, are you starting to see fuels coming through from those kinds of production routes? There are those sorts of processes, and there are some aerobic and anaerobic routes, but generally they go to an intermediate. Mm-hmm. But of course, from the clearinghouse point of view, whilst we're interested to talk to people, we focus on, once they've got a product that you can think about putting into jet fuel. But yes, there's a lot of activity on that. I have to say there's a lot of activity on power to liquids as well. They're probably one of the up-and-coming things, because we're talking about algae and those types of things years ago, but yes, those sort of things can produce an intermediate, or they can go straight to hydrocarbon. Mm. Leigh, sorry, you were going to come in.
I just wanted to talk about the sustainability question for the gentleman who asked about alcohol to jet. So some parts of the world will allow any type of ethanol as long as it meets the kind of greenhouse gas methodology and some other sustainability requirements. But if you remember, when Hazel presented earlier, the UK's focused on waste and residues. So it has to be a second-generation ethanol in the UK to be eligible under the mandate.
Gentleman in the white shirt.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Vincent Haas. I work for 270 Aviation Consulting, and I have a question more focused on potentially the non-CO2 effects of SAF. These depend for a certain degree on the hydrogen content of the fuel. And I'm wondering if in the processes that you're looking at, you have a way to register this for the different types of fuel that are being tested, and if there is any kind of database or information that would potentially allow for more insights on the potential for SAF to reduce these non-CO2 emissions.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good question. One of the things is, I mean, I'll be honest, as a fuel geek, hydrogen is not a bad measure of smoke and particulate potential. Of course, particulate, is linked to contrails, but that's an environmental issue. I prefer to look at the naphthalene content, which is the multi-ring aromatics and the total aromatics. They are a much better measure and indicator of soot formation potential, I should say, because it's hardware dependent as well. So one of the good things about most of the products that we've approved so far, they're like Heifer and Fischer-Tropsch and material like that generally are aromatic free. So if you blend up to the sort of limit of, say, 50%, if you took a typical conventional fuel with, say, 16% aromatic, simple maths, you get down to 8, okay? So that's very desirable. The corollary to that is, of course, the fuel has to still be a drop-in. So there are limits to how much you can lower the aromatics by blending before it ceases to meet other specification requirements, because aromatics is not just the only requirement. You can alter other properties as well. One of the, and I don't want to talk, I mean, I'll sort of pass over in a moment. One of the interesting things is, because we need aromatics in the jet fuel to be compatible with current hardware, and just bear in mind, I do a talk, and I often put the graph up and show that there's hardware out there that's been out there for 30 years, and it's hopefully the engines and aircraft you're buying today will still be out there 30 years' time. You've got a 60-year lifespan to be compatible. Some of the more modern aircraft are being shown to be dealt with lower aromatics. So you have to be compatible with those. So if you're going to get sustainable aviation fuel and reduce the CO2 of the production, then at some point you will need the sort of blends that Virgin use to demonstrate actually you can get 100% SAF, but you can put the aromatics in a more sustainable way and the smoke is reduced. So I'm sorry, I'm not stealing you. I'm just talking from a technical point of view, so I'd like to pass over.
No, you're absolutely spot on. I think if I am Virent talking to you now, they will tell you that whilst we used, I think it was 13% mass aromatics in our fuel, actually the particulate reduction was a result of it being a single ring aromatic versus a double ring aromatic, and that is the kind of the key component in that kind of Virent product, is that monocyclic versus polycyclic aromatic. So yes, absolutely.
Maybe just to follow up, do you have data on this within the ACM work you're doing at the clearinghouse? Because that's one of the largest issues, is that it's very unclear what types of SAF will have what chemical content.
There's a whole, perhaps worth talking afterwards, but please see me afterwards. There's a whole raft of data that demonstrates the effect of, say, blending Heifer and FT and the other examples of alcohols to jet that are aromatics free. So there's a lot of data out there, but from an ASTM point of view, they're demonstrating that the fuel is at least as good as today. Then it's not necessarily designed to show the benefits, but there are reports and information, and the Virgin flight is examples where they've pulled that out to show that these are the benefits in use as well as the benefits in production. But yeah, there's a lot of reports out there that show that similar sort of information.
Sounds like that's the subject of a longer chat, and somebody who might catch you over lunch. So now I think it's time for lunch, and so you're going back out there for lunch, but can we say a very big thank you for 3 very interesting talks.
David. Right, okay, we'll just give everybody a moment to come through and take a seat, and then we'll make a start. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Right, well, I hope you found the exhibition and lunch networking useful. We're going to start the afternoon with a keynote presentation before moving on to the panel discussion. So we'll have one in here and then one in the Whittle room where our commercialisation day continues. But before we get on to that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mark Bentall, who's Head of Research and Technology at Airbus, is going to give a keynote presentation on Airbus's work on sustainable aviation fuel. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Michelle. So, first of all, I will have the second apology of the day because I need to apologise on behalf of Julie Kitcher, Chief Sustainability Officer. Unfortunately, she can't be here today. We appear to have a bit of a blend of travel disruptions on this day. I think it's impacted a number of people in this room looking at some of the spare seats. So she does send her apologies for not being able to be here. But I'm very, very happy to step in and take a look at how we're dealing with this problem from Airbus. First of all, I guess what's really good is to see and to find the aviation sector really looking forward to the future with such optimism. And the comments were made at the start. You know, if you looked probably about 5 years ago, and there may be 50 people in the room, and just looking at yourselves and the number of people working on the topic is a very good reflection of the attention that this subject is getting and the level of importance. So that's excellent. And despite the trials of the recent years, aviation itself does remain one of this country's greatest success stories. It is a story that's built on the country's fantastic airlines, airports, manufacturers, suppliers, and of course aviation professionals amongst us. It also remains a vital part of our trade and cultural links with countries across the world. And without flight, I think we could all respect that the UK would be less open and certainly a less prosperous country. And just as aviation is as core to the UK and the life of the nation, the UK really does remain at the core of Airbus and its operations. And among other things, we still produce the wings for all of our commercial aircraft here in the UK. And something very close to my heart, we were very pleased to open new Wing Technology Development Centre in Filton, in Bristol, looking at the next generation wings for our future generation aircraft. And the wings are very well known. I think that's been well publicised, it's been on TV a lot. Maybe what is not so well known is that the UK is also the home of the design authority for Airbus for the fuel systems, which is probably the most relevant topic for today. So all of our fuel systems research and certainly of our designs for the current generation and future generation are also led from the UK. Now, part of that is that just a few years ago, we were also happy to announce that the UK is part of our Zero-E development centres, which will extend that capability of fuel systems research, end-to-end fuel systems research for hydrogen fuels as well. So, as we sort of already touched on, even 5 years ago, decarbonisation wasn't at the top of the industry, the global industry agenda like it is today. And priorities have changed fast. The worldwide sector has come together behind a clear and credible path to decarbonisation by 2050. And I think we're all very, very familiar with the charts showing the projection of aviation and how that gets sliced by the different means to reduce the carbon emissions from aviation. So what about the UK's commitment to decarbonising aviation? And the UK is showing the way forward, as we've heard this morning from the Minister for Aviation. We're impressed by the commitment of the government and the industry in the UK to addressing the climate change and preserving the benefits for aviation for future generations, which is critical and a point that the Minister explicitly mentioned. The UK is already a leader on the decarbonisation of aviation, thanks to the government's Jet Zero strategy. Many of you have already put your hands up today. And its funding through the ATI, amongst other things. And the ATI is something that we work, and certainly I work very closely with day to day. I'm also just as impressed by the scale of the country's ambitions on sustainable aviation fuels, and ambitions that we fully share at Airbus. The government has explicitly recognised the potential to generate tens of thousands of jobs here, no fewer than 60,000 by 2050. The reality is clean and alternative energy is an increasingly important driver for economic growth in the world. And according to a new report from the International Energy Agency, clean energy represented as much as 10% of global GDP last year. That's equivalent to more than the value added of the entire global aerospace industry last year. That's quite significant. So I think we can all agree, aviation matters, clean and alternative energy matters, and thereby SAF matters. And today, I'll just take the opportunity to set out Airbus's view on the aviation path of decarbonisation, the importance of SAF, and how the British sector can realise these fuels' potentials. But the message is clear. The time to accelerate is upon us right now. So what about our decarbonisation roadmap? Let's step back and take a look at the bigger picture for decarbonisation. Again, in your mind, remember the graph. So to put simply, fuel-efficient aircraft, improved air traffic management operations, sustainable aviation fuel combine to provide the most emissions reductions before 2050. And I think that has now become pretty well respected and understood. Hydrogen will transform aviation over the longer term, with the first ambitions for a hydrogen-powered aircraft to begin operations in the mid-2030s. But if we come to fuel-efficient aircraft, let's take that first. The new aircraft, the ones that we are making today, are curbing emissions by up to 25% compared with previous generations. The world's airlines have been replacing the older generations with these new aircraft, and this is already really making a difference on the fuel consumption and on the emissions. By the end of 2023, global air traffic have virtually recovered to its pre-pandemic levels. I think we've all been looking at that on the charts and seeing how the aviation is recovering. But the overall demand for jet fuel remains 7% lower, according to the IEA. So this was the result of airlines accelerating the renewal of their fleets from 2019, and it's obviously a clear view that our industry can drive progress faster than maybe sometimes we're given credit for. At Airbus, we also have our engineers examining the possibility of new single-aisle aircraft that would provide another step change forward in fuel efficiency in the second half of the 2030s. And as we've often said, this is really going to come from two main areas: the wings to improve the aerodynamic efficiency, and the engines to improve the fuel consumption of the engine. So then what about SAF? The majority of emissions reductions that we need by 2050 is expected to come from SAF. And that's what we're all very clear about. Today, they can power Airbus aircraft as part of a 50% blend with kerosene. And by 2030, our aircraft should be capable of flying up to 100% SAF. International collaboration is key to achieving this ambition. And Airbus is working with other OEMs in the global standards bodies and the ASTM, and I think some of you are here today, and the International Aerospace Environmental Group. The UK's new SAF clearinghouse, which we've just heard from, funded by the Department of Transport, will also provide invaluable support in the development, testing, qualification, and production of SAF. As you all well know, sustainable aviation fuels are produced from waste and from biomass, which doesn't compete with food crops. We've had some questions, and which are at the international level recognised through ICAO and CORSIA, the carbon offsetting scheme. Over the long term, low carbon synthetic aviation fuels will be made from green hydrogen, produced using electrolyzers by low emissions electricity combined with CO2 removed from the atmosphere using direct air carbon capture. And I've seen some of your stands and some of the proposals outside which are clearly indicating in this direction. Through its pilot plant in Montreal, the SAF Plus consortium in Canada is preparing the ground for the commercial production of these fuels around the world in the coming years. Airbus is working with the consortium to support the development of SAF in North America. The main challenge facing SAF around the world is the same as the UK, its cost and its availability. And today, these fuels comprise one less of the fuel mix that we've already discussed. So to be on track for net zero by 2050, the global industry needs to lift this figure to 10% by 2030, and that is certainly in line with the government's ambitions that we've heard. In Airbus's own flight operations last year, we accounted for more than 10%, and that's some 11 million litres of fuel that we used. And we will go even further this year for to a target 15%. And so by way of example, our famous Beluga aircraft, you might be familiar with. It's our transport aircraft that carry the wings and the fuselages between our different sites across Europe. That has been leaving our facilities, for example, in North Wales, now flying on a blend of up to 49% SAF. More broadly, many leading airlines are pledging more use of more SAF in their operations. IAG was the first European airline to commit to 10% SAF by 2030. And these commitments are stimulating more production across the world. And worldwide SAF doubled in 2023. Policymakers are also stepping up. In November, the world aviation sector agreed a policy framework to support these fuels at a crucial meeting in Dubai. Supportive policies have been appearing in the EU, the US, Japan, Singapore and beyond. And in the UK, the government has taken the decisive action on several fronts, including, as we discussed, the Advanced Fuel Fund, a revenue certainty mechanism to encourage private investments. And at Airbus, we very much look forward to contributing to that consultation. And of course, the SAF mandate, which we've acknowledged, and for 10% by 2030. And obviously at Airbus, we fully welcome that announcement. So there's huge SAF production potential here in the UK. And as a sector, we need to continue to explore and develop all sustainable fuel pathways. A report published last year by the Sustainable Aviation found that the UK could produce 7 million tonnes of SAF from sustainable waste. I had to do the quick calculation because I mentioned 11 million litres before, but 7 million tonnes, if I believe this correctly, is about 8.8 billion litres of sustainable fuel. And that is to come from waste, residues, as well as power to liquids in 2050. That would represent 2/3 of the UK's expected SAF requirements, assuming that SAF accounted for 75% of aviation fuels in 2050. In building a domestic SAF industry, our country has many strengths to draw on. There is a strong aviation fuel distribution network in place across the country, a key point. Secondly, our chemical processing base has deep, well-based, well-respected and well-known roots. Then, in addition, the UK is a world-leading centre of expertise in designing and developing new fuel systems, not at least at Airbus in Bristol. Businesses also here have a long experience in attaining certification for new aviation fuels. And with power to liquid and fuels in mind, the UK has ambitious plans for carbon capture and storage, which is unsurprising given the incredible storage potential that we have here in the UK. Potentially, we must try and realise. Moreover, in 2022, renewables already accounted for more than 40% of the UK's electricity generation. All this explains why the UK has opportunity for develop a thriving SAF industry. Remember, expertise, industrial might, infrastructure, and policy. Now, it would be a bit of a miss for me not to mention a little bit about hydrogen. So it is another important element in the decarbonisation of aviation. We've not touched on it much. I will just take a moment to explain our plans and place them in a proper context. So first of all, want to reinforce that at Airbus we see both hydrogen and SAF as indispensable to aviation's long-term decarbonisation, and each has its place. Hydrogen is, after all, another sustainable aviation fuel. I say that carefully, not SAF. The first hydrogen-powered airline is indeed under research at Airbus, our ZERO-E program you might be familiar with, and it's expected to start flying with customers in the mid-2030s. That's what the target we've set ourselves. And we're making excellent progress. Our focus right now is on the propulsion system and on the fuel system, as you would expect. Then the rest of the aircraft and the airframe would follow beyond that. And over the next couple of years, we will complete the research to a sufficient level so we can make important decisions about its design, about its propulsion architecture, and the proposed product to come. At the same time, we're working with partners to put it in place across the foundations of green hydrogen production and distribution network across the world. In the UK, Airbus is a member of the new Hydrogen in Aviation Alliance with, I'll say, EasyJet, Rolls-Royce, Bristol Airport, Ørsted, Zero Avia, and GKN. The alliance is working with the government, aviation, and the hydrogen sectors to ensure that the UK becomes a global leader in hydrogen-powered aviation as well. Hydrogen will make a contribution to our sector reaching net zero emissions by 2050, but it is likely to be in the second half of the century that its full potential as an aviation fuel will be unleashed. And to meet these longer-term milestones, we need to act now to carry out the necessary technology research and to develop the right ecosystem and policy framework. As I often say, the one thing I can guarantee is the time it takes to get new technology into aviation will only get longer. So we have to start now. The sustainable aviation fuels are the fastest, surest way to get there by 2050. So what about the global energy transition? I think all of us here in aviation have learned one truth about reaching net zero. It's not just an aviation history, it's an energy story as well. Aviation's decarbonisation depends on a massive expansion of the world's renewable energy sources. Global clean energy investments has accelerated over the past 2 years. In fact, the global annual renewable capacity additions increased by nearly 50% in 2023, the fastest growth rate that we've seen in 2 decades. The rise of solar power has exceeded even optimistic predictions, and the US Inflation Reduction Act has led to a surge in green investment. The COP26 agreement in Dubai at the end of last year was also encouraging, particularly the commitment to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. The pace of change, however, remains too slow for the world to meet its climate commitments. We've seen plans for many new SAF pathways around the world, but more will need to be announced and brought on stream rapidly if these fuels are to supply 10% of the global demand by 2030. And SAF is still far from being able to compete on cost with conventional jet fuel. And the reality is the British SAF industry remains in its infancy, despite the considerable potential that we've already outlined. Nevertheless, it's still just possible for enough production capacity to be on stream for SAF to supply around 10% of aviation fuel by 2030. And to get there, we need to see, and we've discussed the 5 SAF plants under construction here by 2025 in line with the government's ambitions. So we certainly look forward to that. And even more plants can follow after that for sure. As I see it, these are the 2 critical steps to unlocking the investment. Then on to partnerships. First, partnerships within our industry can trigger profound change. Decarbonisation has created a wave of cooperation throughout the aerospace sector, and beyond. Airlines, airports, manufacturers, energy companies, and governments are coming together like never before. I know that a number of British companies have been entering into exciting SAF partnerships. And at Airbus, we too have been working in partnerships all over the world that are driving tangible progress. I'll turn to Australia for an example. We established the Australian Sustainable Aviation Fuel Partnership between Airbus and Qantas in 2022. Together, we are investing up to $200 million to accelerate the development of SAF production in Australia. The Qantas and Airbus partnerships provides funding for locally developed and produced SAF and feedstock initiatives. Projects have been commercially viable, or that have to be commercially viable, and meet a strict set of sustainability criteria, as you would expect. Last year, we announced our first investment, $2 million Australian dollars, in the biofuels refinery in Queensland, which will convert bioethanol into SAF. Production is expected to begin between late 2026 and early 2027, and this will help Australia develop a thriving SAF industry and Qantas to meet its target of using 10% SAF by 2030. I know that there are similar projects underway here in the UK, and at Airbus, we'd love to be part of them. So I would urge airlines, airports, energy providers, suppliers, and manufacturers in the UK to join Airbus on our SAF journey. We're currently increasing our SAF partnerships, engaging in the UK. So the team that are here, and we have a team of Airbus here, really do look forward to exchanging with all of you over the next 2 days to see what can be done. The policy landscape, policymakers can also help unlock investment by shaping the right regulatory landscape. The UK is well on its way thanks to the efforts of the government. At Airbus, we will work under different policy regimes across the world, and we see them evolving all the time. Over the past couple of months, Airbus has spent time in the US, Asia, Europe, and the UK talking to policy neighbours, airlines, and energy producers about SAF. From an international perspective, a common regulatory framework with a clear definition of sustainability criteria would accelerate the growth of SAF. I would also make a couple of observations for specific relevance to the UK. First, speed is of the essence. We already seen that. The US in particular is moving fast on SAF. Meanwhile, 2030 is just 6 years away. The swift implementation of the revenue certainty mechanism that was already questioned and raised would help give investors the confidence to invest in SAF plants here. A second policy priority should be making SAF more affordable for airlines. Europe has found an innovative way ahead. Under the EU's emissions trading scheme, SAF allowances will be granted to airlines to help bridge the price gap between kerosene and SAF. These will help to support the initial stages of airlines' transitions from using kerosene to SAF. And when it comes to SAF, many countries face the same problems. We can all learn from the many different policy approaches appearing around the world. And that's one thing that we try to do. So the UK has great strengths in aviation. It has clean energy and many different branches of engineering. That's why we firmly believe the UK can lead the decarbonisation of our sector. The expertise, infrastructure, and political backing are all present in abundance. A true coalition is now coming together through this event, the Jet Zero Council, and others to develop a thriving British SAF industry. And in 2024, I will hope we will continue to expand this coalition and accelerate the pace of change. In the sector's roadmap to 2050, remember that every year counts. Every year is vital, and we look forward to working with as many of you as possible on this incredible journey. Thank you very much.
I can't get to the stage in time, but has anybody got any questions?
Any nice
for Mark?
questions? Any nice questions? There's one nice question at the back.
Oh, there is. Look, put your running shoes back on.
Hi, Henry. We need it for the stream.
Mark, you do fantastic work at Airbus and manage to keep the doors on as well, which is fantastic, which is brilliant. I don't know whether you've reinvented the laws of physics down in Wales, But have you got plans to put the Beluga back into production to hold this hydrogen? And even then, you talk about hydrogen specifically, and even then, how are you going to get the hydrogen to the airports?
So, two questions. I didn't quite catch the question on the Beluga and hydrogen.
Well, the laws of physics demand that it's a third of the energy density, and therefore you're going to have a lot of fuel tank.
Okay, the volume. So I think the key thing to look, we released 3 concept aircraft and one of the key purposes of that is to give an indication of the configuration options that it could have. I think the key point to note, because your point is absolutely relevant, Henry, the volume is obviously much greater. And obviously the fuel would be difficult to store in the wings because it needs to be insulated as well because it's cryogenic. So in order to do that, we have considered moving the tanks into the fuselage, and the concepts we show do look very much like, 2 of them, do look very much like a conventional aircraft. However, you have to look at the rear door to see how much of that rear fuselage is actually the fuel tanks. So we haven't broken the laws of physics, I hope. That's certainly not our intention. In fact, the physics around hydrogen has been very well known for years, and also Airbus, like others, has a strong link with launcher businesses where we have a lot of hydrogen expertise there. So yes, on that particular point, you're absolutely right. The tanks will not be the same. They will be relocated. They will take up a larger volume than it is today, and it will be a question of range versus volume, as you well highlighted. Your second question was about how to move the hydrogen around the UK. So this is also an extremely valid question, and a question that is being discussed with many different actors in the fuels industry, certainly with companies like Air Liquide and that transport these sorts of liquids around the nations every single day. So I think some of the initial feedback we've had is that will probably have to be done by tanker, certainly to start with, to get that up and running. And then probably, and this would be my view, is that it will be transported around the country by gas and then liquefied at the airport. So that will probably be the long-term solution.
That's great. Thank you, Mark. Are you around for the rest of the afternoon?
I'm around for the rest of the afternoon.
Lee's around for the rest of the afternoon, so if you've got any more questions, you can pick it up with Mark in the break. I think in the interest of time, we should press on with the next session. So thank you very much. If you can thank Mark. Okay, so we'll give people a chance to move over to the other room if they want to join the commercialisation session. But right now I'm going to hand over to my colleague Leigh Hudson from IAG, who we've already met. And if we can invite Gabrielle Walker, Solange Baena, Sana O'Connor-Morberg and Paul Davis to the stage, please. And we're going to mix things up a bit and do a panel discussion. And and you're looking at me as if to say I'm saying something completely wrong.
No, we're just going to get Gabrielle up here in a second, and then we'll bring the rest of the panel up.
Oh, okay. So. You know what? Ignore me. Oh,
well, I'll leave you to it. Thank you. Good afternoon. And my job title involves SAF and carbon. So in this session, we're going to look at the potential for carbon removals to play their part in decarbonising aviation. And we're going to ask some tricky questions, SAF with removals. And if you were here this morning, you would hear me speak about the fact that the UK mandates indicated it will reward negative emission SAF. But there's also a lot of removals projects that are being developed here and around the world, and what role for removals with SAF, alongside SAF, to decarbonise aviation. So I've got a great panel, but first of all, I'm going to introduce you to Gabrielle Walker. She's the chief scientist of Curate, who are a company that work with corporate buyers of SAF, of removals, SAF on the brain, removals, and also with startups in the removal space and removals projects. Gabrielle was, before she joined Curate, she was actually a PhD chemist in Fischer-Tropsch, so she knows her way around SAF too. And she's taught at Cambridge and Princeton and was previously features editor at New Scientist and also in Nature as the climate editor. And Gabrielle's done some TED Talks on the subject of removals, and I've asked her to come up and give us a 101 on removals before we get into the panel. So I want to welcome Gabrielle to the stage, and then we'll bring the rest of the panel up at the end of her presentation. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks. So my task is to come to a conference that's basically about SAF and about airline fuels and talk to you about carbon removals. So Leigh asked me to do a quick 101 on carbon removals, and I need my clicker. Here we go. So here we go. My opening slide on the whole topic of carbon removals is just to remind us why we're here and why we're actually doing this. Because for most of the time that I've been working on climate change, and that's been the best part of 30 years, climate change has really been a kind of tree-hugging thing. And in the aviation space, it's been a click here if you want to be nice and offset your emissions, right? And that's held true for most of the time that I've been working on it, but it has not held true in the past 5 years. And this is why. This is Sarah Breeden, who's Vice Governor of the Bank of England. And here's what she said a couple of years ago. She said, climate risks are uncertain but predictable. They will affect every consumer and every corporate in all sectors and in all geographies. I'll just say that one more time. Climate risks are uncertain but predictable. Listen to this. They will affect every consumer and every corporate in all sectors and in all geographies. So that is a new reality because it's not just talking about tree hugging, it's talking about really material financial risks. And it's coming from the likes of the Bank of England. And that, I think, is what's substantially changed and the reason that we're actually talking about decarbonising anything at all. And here's the other reason. So I'm just going to show you a map of the world, obviously, starting in 1880, which is more or less the beginning of the time when we started to have global temperature records. Before that, we had one or two very long individual ones in different parts. But this is when basically the British Navy was going around the world measuring temperatures everywhere. So we know the temperatures right around the world from 1880. I'm going to play it forward to the present day. The thing to watch out for is how variable the climate is. And that's one of the reasons it's taken us so long to realize the mess we're in. So it's just how changeable, variable, here we go, let's go forward. So it's quite warm in southern Africa at that bit. And you can see if it's going bluer, it's going colder, if it's going yellower or redder, it's going warmer. You know, quite a cool part, and then a bit warmer in the Arctic. And then in the Arctic, it got a bit redder, but it's gone cool again. Can you see how variable it is and changeable? Until you get to like the 1970s, and then the 80s, and then the 90s, and the 2000s, and the 2010s, and... Thing is, it's not subtle anymore. And that's the manifestation of the reason why the likes of the Bank of England are saying material financial risk. I'm not going to take any of your time to romp through the fires and the floods and the storms and the droughts that are already with us. But let's bear that in mind as we're talking about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So, that has led the world to this magical thing, net zero. When I started talking about net zero, I did a workshop in 2019 with a bunch of senior execs of a very high-emitting sector, not the aviation industry, and I said to them, they were looking for North Star for their climate action. And I said, how about net zero by 2050? And they stared at me like I was a crazed hippie, which I've never actually technically been. But now this is what the net zero tracker looks like. 92% of global GDP generators either have set their own net zero target or they're operating in a territory that set theirs. So that was just a very quick romp through the context. This is a very different world. 92% of global GDP generators have some kind of net zero target that they're operating in. So what does net zero actually look like? When people think about net zero, they tend to focus, and a lot of this event has been focused on the zero part of it, which is basically how you reduce the emissions. You stop the emissions getting in the atmosphere, you stop the problem getting worse. And that means the likes of renewable energy, it means the likes of SAF. Basically, how do you continue doing the stuff that we're doing or do something different, but in any case, stop emissions getting into the atmosphere? My 101 on removals is going to look at the other part of net zero, which is the net part, what you do about the stuff that you haven't managed to remove yet or that you're not going to be able to remove in any reasonable capacity because you can't scale it, because you can't pay for it, the net part. So what we've been doing, all of us, isn't it? We've been going to the global carbon markets, we've been saying let's be carbon neutral, we've been buying offsets, and that has not worked very well, has it? So we started getting these kinds of headlines. Junk offsets, more than 90% of carbon offsets are the biggest provider worthless, etc., etc. I don't need to label this, you've all been seeing it, and it just continues, this kicking for offsets. Now, I'm going to make a slightly controversial statement here, where I'm going to say, I think offsets are a bad idea. And let me just be really clear what I mean by that, okay? So I have a picture, this is actually me, walking the Camino de Santiago in Spain. Has anyone heard of that, or even done it? Hey, look at that, wow. Great audience then. So I walked the Camino de Santiago in 2020. It's 500 miles. It's a very long way. And it's an old pilgrimage route. And apparently, if you walk it and then go to Mass in the cathedral, you get your sins washed away. I was quite excited by that. I thought maybe I should do some extra sins along the way so I could get the best bang for my buck, although I already had plenty to wash away, so I think it was fine. But the reason I'm showing you this picture, of course, is that in medieval times, if you walked this, you got your sins forgiven. But if you were rich enough, you didn't have to walk it yourself. You pay someone else to do it. They do the walking, you get your sins forgiven. Quite a nice scheme, isn't it? And that is where we went wrong, I think, with offsets. It was all about you reduce so I don't have to. And what we know is the entire world has to reduce. And what we should be focused on in this context is what we do about the stuff that we can't reduce. Right? So, it's not just me saying that. Of course, the IPCC came out with this document in 2022, and they said for the first time, carbon removals are now unavoidable. I was really shocked when I found this out. We have left it so far too late that we now have to have large amounts of carbon removals even to get down to net zero quickly enough. We've already left it too late to get down to net zero by 2050 without billions of tons of removals. Next thing, though, is that we have to deal with the residual emissions, which is what this is all about. What can't we actually stop in the aviation space? But the third reason is my favorite reason that they gave, which is reversing climate change and restoring nature. If we actually build this industry in the pace and scale that we need, we can start to clean up our own mess. So, it's not just the IPCC who's noticed this. And in fact, I'll just go back one to say, we heard about the IRA this morning, and the IRA has obviously been supplementing many different climate solutions, including carbon removals. And then with the EU Green Deal, the carbon removal certification framework, we're starting to see slightly long distance possibilities in the policy space for removals. But recently, we've already started to see a big slew of individual national governments putting some kind of promotion into carbon removals. So Denmark provides the largest ever government subsidy for carbon removals. EU to provide 30 million for carbon removal projects. Carbon Herald, Canada includes 135 million for carbon removal procurement. S&P Global saying that Japan has just put carbon removals into its ETS, and the DOE announcing 35 million procurement to accelerate carbon removals. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. So, I'm here because, as well as getting exercised about carbon removals, I founded two organizations. One of them is called Rethinking Removals, which is actually working with the policymakers, working with the likes of the SBTI, the voluntary rule setters, working with market players who are trying to make removals happen to understand what's needed and help it to go. And the other one is the one that you've already heard about, which is Curate, where we're actually trying to make it not just easier, not just possible, tractable, for companies to buy carbon removals and for suppliers to generate them and to get them quickly down the cost curve. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the different kinds of carbon removals there are. This is Removals 101, remember. But the reason that I co-founded Curate and the reason that we're doing that is deeply relevant to how we build this industry. Because the message that we have got from every bank and every financial institution we've talked to, every supplier that we've spoken to, and some of the buyers too, is that the thing that will make the industry accelerate is the same thing that is currently starting to make the SAF industry accelerate, which is buying the stuff with offtakes. That's the thing that makes the difference. If you buy, then there's a demonstration that there's a market to come. If there's a demonstration that there's a market to come, that's something that the banks can then invest in. And therefore, the money can get into the hands of the developers who can actually make the supply happen. And make no mistake, at the moment, we are removing durably about 2 million tonnes a year. And we need to get rapidly to the billion-tonne scale. By 2030, it's somewhere between 5 and 10 billion that we need. The aviation industry is going to need at least 500 million of that. And at the moment, we are absolutely nowhere. So this is about building this industry through offtakes, but also some other possibilities as well that I hope we'll talk about in the panel. And one of those different approaches is both of those are ways to get away from the kind of offsets washing away its sins. It's either we have residual emissions so that what goes up has to come back down again. How do we deal with that? And it's also some of the new developments in insetting, in what can you actually do, for example, when you're making a SAF. Can you use biogenic material? Can you capture the CO2? And can you get credit for that within the life cycle? Okay, so quickly, what are removals? So trees are great carbon removals devices. They make their entire bodies. It still blows my mind. They make their entire bodies out of thin air. So they're very good at carbon capture. Unfortunately, they also can burn. So you've got to make sure you put the trees in the right place. You've got to make sure they're native ones. You don't destroy the biodiversity, blah, blah, blah. You can also do this stuff, biochar, which is taking the wood offcuts, also taking shells from nuts and taking husks from rice, whatever, pyrolyzing it in the absence of oxygen, and turning it into this, which traps the carbon for hundreds and sometimes thousands of years. You can then put it on fields, and it improves the quality of the soil. Apparently, the Amazonian Indians used to do this, not for carbon capture, but to improve their soil. So it's got, look at that, it's got technology, nature, and indigenous wisdom all in one. Very beautiful package. There you go. You can also do this enhanced rock weathering, which is taking basalt rock, which naturally, but very slowly, takes up CO2 over thousands of years. But if you grind it up and increase the surface area, the same way that grinding your coffee beans means that you increase the surface area and you can make decent coffee instead of just chucking the beans in the water. If you do that, you can accelerate it from thousands of years to decades or even just years. So that's enhanced rock weathering. You can also do carbon removal. This is a very nascent field in the ocean, pump ocean water through these devices, capture the CO2, put the ocean water back. There's lots of other ways that you can do blue carbon. I'm just illustrating with that. And then you can do, of course, the famous direct air capture. This is a big plant that's being built in Texas at the moment, and it's going to be operational before the end of the year. That's going to be able to do 500,000 tons a year of direct air capture. I love the poetry of this because where's it going to go when you capture it? In a blimp, literally. It's like reversing the valve. It goes back where the oil and gas came from, kind of like that. And then this is the place in Iceland, of course, the famous Climeworks site, which is the first commercial plant to be doing this. It's a tiny little injection site, but it's going to get a whole lot bigger. And this is what it looks like. So in Iceland, you're injecting into fresh lava. So the one on the left is fresh lava full of holes. The one on the right is where the CO2 has got in and mineralized. It's gone down, and it ain't coming back up again. So we put all those different types of carbon removals together at Curate. We put them into a portfolio, firmly believe that we're going to have to look at the entire range of these things and see how we can scale all of them together. It's not which one is the best. I'll come back to that later. And the portfolio approach spreads the risk, it spreads the cost, and of course it spreads the different durabilities as well. So that's net zero for you. We're talking about SAF, we're talking about carbon removals. And I put net zero back up there again because I hope, and we're going to talk about this in the panel too, there's going to be a lot of SAF versus removals. Should it be this or should it be that? And I was at an event a couple of weeks ago with Browne from Boeing, who's right here now, who showed me an amazing tool that Boeing could come up with to try to assess how aviation is going to be able to decarbonize and what different parts, electricity, hydrogen, SAF, removals of some kind, whatever. And you can tweak it in lots of ways. It's fascinating. I recommend that you go and have a play with it. But the bottom line is, however you tweak it, a combination of SAF and removals is going to have to be responsible for at least 50% of this decarbonization. So I think, can we get into our heads, how does it play together? And not, should it be one or the other? That's my plea. And then very finally, while I was in Iceland, I also went to see this glacier, which is the Ok Glacier. And it's just a reminder of why we're here. So this is the Ok Glacier. In 1986, this is what it looked like. It's a fairly classic, typical Icelandic glacier. This is what it looked like in 2019. It had gone. So the Icelandic government had a funeral for this glacier. They got together loads of politicians, they got together lots of environmental activists, they had the funeral for the glacier, and they made a plaque for it. And this is me, the guy who wrote the plaque took me to visit it. I climbed over all the rubble and went up to see it. I'm going to leave you with the words of that plaque as we bring the panel back up onto the stage, because I think it's really important to hold this in our heads. So the word of the plaque are right here. It's a letter to the future. It says, Ok is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know if we did it. August 2019, 415 parts per million of CO2. We do know what's happening, ladies and gentlemen, and God help us if we don't do it. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Gabrielle. That's sobering and inspiring as we come into the next part of the panel. And
is this your chair? No, I meant.
No, I'm from here on this end. That's cool. So I just want to introduce you to the rest of my fantastic panel. So we have Paul Davies here, who's from the UK Coalition for Negative Emissions. The coalition, a few of us in the room are members. We are working on formulating policy to support carbon removals, not just here in the UK, but internationally. Then I want to introduce you to Solange Baena. She's part of the Airbus team, and as an early mover in the field of carbon removals, Airbus were one of the first companies to take a position on buying large-scale carbon removals with a deal with 1.5 on direct air capture. And Sol is also chair of the SA Sustainable Aviation Cleaner Group, and can talk to us about the UK SA roadmap on what role we see for removals. And last but by no means least, and here from a very exciting trip that I'm sure we'll hear about, is Sana, and she is from Carbon Direct. Carbon Direct are advisors on carbon removals and carbon mitigation, but also investors in a number of startup technologies and play a really big role in bringing decarbonisation options to the market. And I'm really thrilled that we're going to be having this conversation about what role for removals. So I'm going to start with Paul, because Paul, in terms of UK removals, can you tell us a bit more about what kinds of projects have been coming to the market or are trying to come to the market, and what role for removals in terms of UK carbon mitigation?
Sure, and it's, first just worth reminding everyone that the aviation decarbonisation plan is new technologies, obviously, on aircraft, then SAF and carbon removals, just about in equal measure. So carbon removals is as much as part of the plan as SAF, and I hate to say that as a SAF conference, but they go hand in hand, and I'll talk probably later about how actually they are very good bedfellows. In the UK, the good news is on removals, we're quite ahead of the game on the carbon removals front. So the government has business models and support that's now for greenhouse gas removals, for energy from waste, so that's for BECS as well, for DACs. Those models are out. The first projects are probably going to sign financial close within the next 6 to 12 months. And the immediate ambition is between 5 and 10 million tonnes of carbon removals, or what's also called negative emissions, going into the ground between 2030 and 2035. And just as an aside, the UK has the capacity, because of its geology, to store about 78 billion tonnes of CO2. So it's a huge competitive advantage for a place to do carbon removals. And if I just give one example of a sector I'm working on, which is the energy from waste. So energy from waste, half of what they burn at the moment, which is going up the stack, is biogenic. It comes from food, it comes from paper, things that have taken the carbon out of the atmosphere. There are about 60 energy from waste facilities across the UK. Between them, maybe 20 million tonnes a year of carbon removal, carbon emissions. If we capture that, that's immediately 10 million plus of negative emissions, of carbon removals. It's a relatively cheap source of offset. And I should just give you a little price point, because I think this is important. The aviation sector, you're thinking about SAF and you're thinking about removals. Removals, probably the price for those engineered removals in the long term, about 100 to 140 pounds a tonne. Compared to that to what you're thinking about for SAF. And that price should be coming down as we get better with nature-based and tree solutions, as well as the geological. So there are real opportunities here. The thing lacking is more government money in the short term, but governments have not got much money. The key thing that Danielle mentioned is support from the industry, building the demand to make our customers want to buy removals to make that happen. So the opportunities are there, the geology is there, and there's a large sector that is now beginning. So those opportunities at the end of this decade are real and very ready for your customers.
And can I ask about the business model? How is that going to work? Is the government going to award contracts for various companies?
Yes. So, and actually the SAF model is not going to be probably a million miles away. You'll have seen, obviously, the consultations going out. There's a thing called, for the emitters, the main thing is, it's called a CFD, a contracts for difference. Basically, they pay you a price, a strike price. That's the price I need to build the facility and extract the carbon. What they deduct from it, and that's effectively the subsidy they'll give you, what they deduct from it is the actual price you sell your negative emissions for in the market. And the government strategy, quite clearly, is a simple one, which is as the price goes up and as we sell it, their subsidy goes down, so eventually you don't need government. So government walks away and, end of story in theory. The market does it by itself. And the classic example here is wind farms. When we started wind farms, the clearing price was about £140 a kilowatt hour. It's now at 40. So by investing quickly, we drove down the cost. Government still gives contracts just for stability, but there's no subsidy involved. And that's exactly what we need in carbon removals. And it needs the industry to support carbon removals projects now. With that contracts in place, it'll drive down the cost, we'll do more projects, and we won't have to rely on government, because we mustn't rely on government long time. They have not got the cash.
Thanks, Paul. And can I come to you next, Solange? In terms of the UK Sustainable Aviation Roadmap, we've been mapping removals a lot more over the last year or so. Could you tell us a bit more about the thinking behind that? And I know you were agreeing with Paul that we're a third.
That's true, yes. So yeah, Sustainable Aviation UK, for those of you who don't know, it's a coalition of the willing, and it represents most of the aviation industry in the UK. And we host the UK strategy for the aviation decarbonisation journey. And yeah, great to see that we're all aligned in numbers. We released another iteration, a reviewed version of this roadmap back in April 2023 during the Sustainable Skies event. And the novelty of it is that we saw a transition from carbon offsets into carbon capture. So I think that was what you're referring to. We also saw quite a big chunk of it, and I agree with you on your 50%. I think I was double checking with you. Did I hear that right? Yes. So it's, we're saying that by 2050, 40% of that would be through the use of SAF, and about 13% through carbon removals. That's our roadmap. Of course, there's others over there. So the good thing is that we're all in agreement. There is definitely a role for carbon removals. What we're really emphasizing as well is that there is definitely a crucial and significant role for engineered carbon removals in these 13%. And in fact, we are so keen to give this message that we've created an action group looking into how can we work on an advanced market sort of signal. but the reality of it as well. And what we're trying to do is to work very closely with government, DESNES, to make sure that, we're also working lockstep with the policymakers and make sure that there's a clear supply and demand signal, and that it's all supported by the policy framework here in the UK.
And last but by no means least, Sana, could you tell us where you've just come from and what you see the role of international removals credits, perhaps, and where you see that from Carbon Direct's perspective?
Sure. So, what Leigh is alluding to is I did just get off the plane, so you'll also have to forgive me if I look a little daisy because I was on a red eye. But I was lucky enough to attend the opening of the new Mammoth plant in Iceland, which has just been unveiled and beginning to operate. They've taken from their first pilot plant, which was the Orca plant, to the Mammoth plant, which will operate at capacity at about 36,000 tonnes per annum. So that was exciting to see. It was exciting to see this is a direct air capture plant. Gabrielle already showed you photos from the initiative on site, but this is their new next scale up of the plant, which is very exciting. So I think what that shows, having come from Iceland, this is going to be an international effort. It is going to be one that is, what's important for removals, and it plays into this consideration of how we think about optimizing across sustainable aviation fuel and removals, is there's going to be a lot of contextual considerations, things like what is available in terms of geology, what is available in terms of water, what is available in terms of biomass feedstocks. And in many ways, when trying to decide whether you're, or as we evolve globally and trying to optimize across sustainable aviation fuel and carbon removal solutions, in some cases it's going to be identifying on a case-by-case basis and in a local geography, what's your limiting nutrient? Is it clean electricity, or is it going in which is something you need in significant volumes for both e-fuels but also direct air capture, or is it sustainable biomass feedstock supply, or is it clean water, or is it the geology needed for your particular capture solution? So taking those things into account is going to be a big part of the international market, I think, and which is why international markets will play such an important role, because there will be unique places in the world that are particularly suited to particular solutions.
Thanks, Sana. And can I ask Gabrielle as well, where do you see early movers? Where do you see early movers in this space? Which countries are leading?
So it's an interesting question on the early movers to provide supply, early movers to enable, early movers to buy, and it requires the whole ecosystem, of course. And so in terms of the supply, Iceland, I loved going to visit the first plant there, Orca. And so Iceland was ahead of this with Switzerland as well, with Climeworks. The US is actually galloping ahead now, and the Mammoth is fabulous, but 40,000 tonnes is what it will do. But the next plant in the US will go up to the 500,000 tonnes mark, and Climeworks are also doing some over there as well. So for direct air capture, it's basically Europe and the US, and basically they're Iceland and the US at the moment. If you look at BECCS, bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, the UK is definitely leading the charge there and doing brilliantly so, alongside Sweden. And that massive, the largest ever purchase of carbon removals was just announced with Stockholm Exergy in Sweden and Microsoft, 3 million tonnes at a stroke. And then again in the US because of the IRA. However, there's also a very interesting cluster of approaches in Kenya for carbon removals. Kenya, like Iceland, has a great big rift, has lots of volcanic geology that you can use to store the CO2, but it's also got lots of renewable energy going begging. But then, if you look at the whole range that I showed you, the biochar or the enhanced rock weathering, those can go wherever there's farmland. And so you start to get to a space where it's not so much are you restricted by the renewable energy, are you restricted by, we're starting to develop those kind of more open system carbon removals that can go basically absolutely anywhere. And so that's in terms of the supply. In terms of the buyers, the market is very, very distorted because individual players, like that one from Microsoft, has just, it's completely wildly distorted the whole thing. We need to get it to a place where it's more regular purchases from the movable middle, if you like. And in terms of enablers, one of the most important things to look out for in this is who manages the risk. So the two things you need to get the money in the hands of the suppliers, and this is going to be a supply-limited market, or you need the offtake, and you also need some kind of insurance or some kind of measure for who's going to manage the risk. So I think lots of the insurance companies that are springing up now to handle that are very interesting first movers.
And can I ask, in terms of the thing I mentioned this morning, the fact that the SAF mandate is now going to recognise removals and negative emissions.
May I just say woohoo?
Yeah, I mean it's the first time I think that carbon removals will have been valued at a reasonably high price. So just wanting to know from the panel, do you think that'll spur on people to do carbon removals with SAF production? Anybody want to take that one? Sol?
Can you repeat the question?
It's carbon removals with SAF production, integral to SAF production. Do you think that the mandate decision will make a difference?
Yeah, we definitely welcome that inclusion in the mandate. Again, aligned, I think, with all of you. Both in Airbus and SAUK, there is definitely a room for SAF, for PTL, and this is what you mentioned before as well, isn't it? Coupled with carbon capture, it's a win-win situation. So that's...
I just add with one example, because actually in another room, government on the CCS side has now acknowledged how CCS should relate to SAF, so they've been joining up from the other side. And I'll give you an example. So I have two hats. I've got the negative emissions, but I'm also a director of one of the UK clusters, 7CO2, which is down at Avonmouth. And there we've got a couple of million tonnes of biogenic CO2 we could capture. And that could go into the ground, it'd be a negative emission, or it could be used as feedstock for SAF. So I could do either. So what government has now realised is these two are related. So if we start to capture the CO2, and if government helps us get the projects going, in the short term, maybe we use carbon capture, all goes in the ground, and we need purchases of negative emissions to help finance that. But at the same time, once that's up and running, it's much easier to then think about, let's build some SAF facilities and take the 50% of the carbon captured that is biogenic and put that into SAF, and just put the fossil fuel emissions down in the ground. So rather than SAF and biogenic carbon removals being totally different things, they actually sit side by side, and government is recognising how that economics can work. And what should be happening is those emitters who can produce biogenic should be effectively going to the highest bidder. Is it SAF buying it because they want the biogenic to pay for SAF, or is it people who want carbon removals? When we get that, then the highest bidder will help the economics, more projects will get built, etc., etc.
Thanks, I got this. Just to add to that, I'm captivated by this and also by that connection. And we were talking about this before, that if you're trying to make a direct air capture plant with all the infrastructure to transport and store the CO2, it's expensive. If you're trying to make a plant that will do CCS at a point source from fossil fuels, it's expensive. But if you do both in the same place, then you're sharing the infrastructure and you're reducing the cost. It's that simple. And I think with this new mandate, allowing for the carbon removal part of this, we use biogenic sources and then capture and bury the CO2. It's not anymore the Camino de Santiago, wash away your sins offsetting. It's actually part of the LCA. And I think we're going to see I've talked to so many hard-to-abate sectors that are really looking at this, how we build this into our system, rather than make it a credit that you'll sell. And so I think at the moment, the voluntary carbon market is everything for this. But this whole new approach, I think, is going to be really important very quickly.
So we come to the question, SAF or removals or both. So can I ask each one of you what the view is on that? Sandra, can I start with you this time?
Testing. Both, definitely. I mean, we literally can't
be without both. We won't get to mid-century net zero targets without both. What's really going to be tricky is knowing what the right mix of them is going to be, and the honest answer is we don't really know yet, and so we have to hedge our bets a little bit, and that's why at an individual corporate level as well as at a national level, we need to invest in all of these solutions and keep driving forward and keep improving cost competitiveness in order to make sure that that investment gets there and we're able to see that something sticks. But there's a lot of nuance and optimization that will need to go into how we deliver those solutions in the process, but absolutely both. We don't have a choice anymore.
Do we agree with this? Both, of course.
I can't have you all agreeing, that's not fair.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So yes, both. I mean, the SAF technology is in a completely different place, I think, in the developmental curve and in the policy framework as well, even. And it would be a silly thing not to use both. We know that carbon removals are essential, and we really need to focus on that as well. We keep running on SAF, keep the momentum on SAF, but now focus on new technology and focus on those residual emissions that the aviation industry cannot abate, mostly because of we're very bound on safety. So it's difficult. We need to use SAF for sure, and it's here already. We're using SAF already. SAF technology is mature, not all of it, but not PTL, fine. But that's why we're going to invest in carbon removals. But definitely, it would be very silly not to use both. I think.
I would just start with one other question first, which is who's going to pay for all of this? And the answer to that, obviously, is ultimately the customers. Our customers have to pay for the cost of decarbonisation. The reason the world's in the messes at the moment is they haven't been charged for the activities we should have been doing for the last 30 years to offset. If our customers are going to pay, it's got to be an amount where reasonably we can expect them to pay. So this will boil down to economics. So I think on the one hand, I would say obviously both, because as an industry, we need to show we've done something, and SAF shows that we can be carbon neutral. But if you think about just going back to the sort of earlier presentations, carbon removals, once we've done CCS, so we've done that to get the biogenic CO2, costs maybe about another 10 quid to get it into the ground as a removal. If you turn it into SAF, you take that biogenic, you mix it with newly produced electrolytic hydrogen, you then produce methanol, you then refine it, and then you get your SAF. Which one's going to be cheaper? Form your own opinions. So my own view is probably removals will be a higher percentage of the net zero strategy for aviation than is currently being forecast, driven by that economics. And if you go, just think of a flight to New York from here, if you go economy, is about a ton of carbon. So the current price for carbon removals may be 140 quid on a flight, and obviously we're pushing for that to go down and down. The expertise is in this room to tell me what that number is for SAF, but at the moment, many multiples of that figure. And I would say at the moment, that is beyond the aspirations of most of our customers. So the reason I think the answer is yes, both, but I would anticipate, particularly in the short term, a much bigger focus on removals is needed for this industry to get it affordable for our customers.
Can I add a little bit to that? Just to build on that, I think the additional component, and we haven't really talked about it, is something called the like-for-like principle in removals, which is the concept that if you are emitting carbon dioxide that was originally stored in fossil fuels, you want to store it back in a storage condition of similar conditions. You want to store it in geological conditions. You want to store it in permanent removals. So it's the concept that a fossil-based emission should be stored in long-term durable storage, which means that there's a different role, or there's a between sort of nature-based, which are removals, which are often of shorter durability or higher risk of reversal than the geological storage solutions. And the geological storage solutions, they're the ones that are more expensive, and then you're really beginning to look at how do we drive those costs down to ultimately make it cost competitive. And so that's part of the story as well.
Sure. And on the like-for-like point, I have to say that at the moment I'm not a massive fan of like-for-like, and that's lots of my friends disagree with me, but I think it's already complicated enough. And at the moment we need to build all of the different solutions. But I do think that the oxide offsetting principles, which are increase the proportion of highly durable removals so that by the time you get to your net zero, then absolutely at your net zero point, I think it really does have to be like for like. If something's coming out of a fossil source, it needs to go back somewhere where it's geological. But in terms of the question, I'm obviously going to say both, but let me try and give a nuance to that just to make something a little bit different. I do agree with Paul. I think that removals are likely to be a much higher proportion of the solution than I think many people have actually quite realised yet. But the other thing that I wanted to stress in this is that it's why do you need both? So I mentioned that kind of calculator about how how much can electricity do, how much can hydrogen do, how much can efficiency do in operations, how much can efficiency of design do, and it doesn't get to the number. So there's a big gap. And it's too big a gap for SAF to fill on its own. It's too big a gap for removals to fill on their own. It's already really hard to make removals at the pace and scale we need. So that's one reason it's both. But the other point I wanted to make is that I think probably most people in this room feel that the building of the SAF industry is existential for the aviation industry. And for those reasons I just gave, I would argue that the building of the carbon removals industry is also existential for aviation because there aren't other solutions. And therefore, it's both with the same level of intensity and with that attitude that it is actually existential. And one final point I wanted to make about CORSIA, one of the things that's captivating about your industry is that it's the first one that's actually, has designed its own regulation for this own compliance system. And one thing that can actually help in the removal space is to get more registries. At the moment, there's only one registry that has highly durable carbon removals that's eligible for CORSIA. And there's others that are applying right now, but it's going to take, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months to get them in. So putting pressure on getting those registries actually accepted by CORSIA is one really practical thing that we can do to get this accelerating.
Thanks, Gabrielle. I think we might have, do we have time for questions, Michelle? 7 minutes. Well, in fact, I've got time to take a few questions from the floor. So, lots of hands. That's great. Tom.
Thanks, Leigh. Thanks, panel. That was super interesting. Tom Cahill here from World Fuel Services, Sustainable Fuel Advisor for Europe. The big question in the room for me is just on scalability, and Gabriella, you mentioned it right at the end about sufficient pace and scale. What are your thoughts on scaling this up at the same pace, if not quicker, than SAF?
So I'm thinking about this 24/7, and that's one of the reasons I think these open source approaches are going to be really important alongside your DAC and your BECS. The problem with direct air capture is that, the fabulous thing about it is very, very precise. You know exactly how much you've got, but the problem is it takes a lot of electricity. And so you have to do it in places where electricity is very, very cheap and widely available. With BECS, the availability of the biogenic sources. With the open systems, it's much harder to do the MRV, the monitoring, reporting and verification. You don't know exactly what you've got, but you've got much more space to be able to do this. So, I think bringing in one of the aspects of scale is every single approach has massive benefits and challenges. And that's why I think this portfolio approach is important. But the other thing about scaling is I feel like a bit of a stuck record on this, but it's basically we need widespread purchases of offtakes. The banks and the project financiers are dying to get into this, but they actually can't do it unless they can prove that there's a market. They can't make it work in any of their systems. So that plus dealing with the risk, I think insurance and offtakes are the way to get this to scale, because there's such a burgeoning entrepreneurial output of ways to do this, but they're going to get trapped in the valley of death unless that project financing flows.
Definitely to build on that, and it's a real plea to everyone in this room. So again, I'll stick with my 7 CO2 Avonmouth example. So we've got 8 million tonnes that we could capture and put on the ground tomorrow, of which 2 million tonnes is biogenic, it's negative emissions. We've got the technology, we know the projects, everyone's ready to go. The thing that we are lacking is demand. So effectively an off-taker to pay for it. And at the moment, the trouble is the CCS industry is all waiting for government contracts and government support because there's a carbon price isn't high enough to pay for these projects. And it's slow, interminably slow. I started working on CCS 14 years ago, and we still haven't got our first signed project. So I know I started in an upbeat way, but it's moving forward a lot slower than the glaciers are moving backwards. The same, I suspect, will be the true of SAF. Government said it's SAF and it's going to be supportive, it's marvellous. Governments are broke. They will not come in with enough projects to make a dint of difference to what we're doing. This will only happen if this industry gets together and underpins demand for both SAF and carbon removals. And the reason I say get together, if you ask one airline to do it, gee, that's an expensive thing to do. If you're doing it with a group of airlines together or an industry grouping where you're sharing the costs for initial projects, whose costs will come down over time, then it's a pain we can do together and hopefully bring our customers along with the journey. So please don't wait for government. What we actually need is long-term contracts from everyone in this room. That's how we will get those things financed, and it could happen tomorrow, not in 2050.
Can we just say here? Absolutely, 100%. If there's one thing that you remember from today, then that's that. Off-takes.
Yeah, and we're expecting the UK government to consult on including removals in the emissions trading system. So that will be another mechanism whereby hopefully removals will be recognised. I think there was another hand somewhere that way. Thanks, Deborah.
Hi there, thank you panel. I'm James from Viridios Capital here. We're a carbon credit financing business. Really interested to understand from a Corsair perspective, maybe mostly directed at Leigh, what sort of carbon credit types do you foresee being desirable to airlines? What kind of cost is also desirable? And when do you think that's going to be a material matter that you'll start to engage with as an industry?
So a few months ago, I was at an ICAO meeting and they presented the work on carbon removal. So it's been happening in the background, and they've agreed to set up principles on the key things like durability, permanence, additionality. And I think that Corsair, along with the SAF mandate, will be the two early regulatory schemes that will recognise removals. I think the whole structure of the Corsair at the moment, I don't think there are many people that would give you a very firm view of exactly how it's going to work. It's still going through its teething troubles. So let's see. Let's ask me the question again at the end of 2023, I think would be the response. Hopefully by then we'll have some stability. And as Gabrielle says, we're still waiting for a load of the certification standards to be approved. But I would hope, we've got a commitment to increase the share of our Corsair retirements from removals. And we also try and maximise removals in any of our voluntary purchases. It's tough finding ones that can meet the due diligence, that are not eye-wateringly expensive and also are available right now. It's quite a lot of stuff is a work in progress. So I think hopefully we'll sit here at the next supply chain initiative and things will look very different for removals than they do now. I hope this is, because we were kind of here, weren't we, a few years ago, Michelle, with SAF, thinking about how do we make it happen. The only issue with removals is we don't have the luxury of time, as we've heard.
Can I just say that there's one version of this which is hopefully it'll be better, but there's another version which is the one I prefer, which is it will be better because we'll make it better. It's actually, that's what Paul was just saying, that's what you were just saying. It's actually on us, right? This is existential for the industry. So this isn't, let's hope that something happens. This is what we need to do.
The only thing I was going to add is, other than echoing yet again the call to the question about scale, demand, the carbon removal sector doesn't have any mandated demand. That was the first thing I was going to say. But the other thing that we need to scale is we do have other forms of removal. We haven't talked as much on this panel yet about the nature-based category of removals, apart from the introduction that Gabrielle gave. But to raise that the scale in that sector, we also need to raise the quality floor. And to do that, we need to improve our standards, and we need to also improve our monitoring and verification system. So that's another really big key part of the puzzle, and that will also help provide some of the nearer term demand that perhaps is needed through these systems.
Well, I think we're just about out of time. I thought this was going to be very controversial, and I'd get loads of questions saying, no, it's all about SAF, because we're a SAF event. But anyway, thanks so much to my panel. Hopefully not the first, but not the last, hopefully, that we'll talk about removals with SAF at this event. And thank you so much for everyone's time. Thank you.
That's your call to arms.
Yeah.
Airlines and aircraft makers are desperately searching to reduce their climate impacts. CO2 emissions amount to about 2% of the global total and 7% in the UK, and are increasing. But there are other impacts, such as the damaging contrails. Back in 2011, I was granted a patent for a novel way to generate power and hydrogen from hydrocarbons. Highly efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers make this possible. Using this patented process as a front end to a more conventional gas to liquids process, we can turn all sorts of worthless waste into high value fuel, help clean up the environment and solve the problems of disposal in one fell swoop.
Making sustainable aviation fuel in sufficient quantities is a massive chemical engineering challenge. We've already started building our bench scale system, which will just prove the concept. So we'll take some waste, which is our feedstock, and we'll create some fuel to demonstrate that the process actually works. The key step is then our demonstration system, which will be a 5,000 ton per year plant, and that will be a very faithful reproduction of the larger scale plant we're going to scale up to. Then we're going to scale up to our 30,000 ton per year commercial plant, where we're making fuel, selling the fuel and making money for the business. Jet fuel is a tightly regulated product. In our case, we have to meet those requirements, but we also have to meet the requirements that it's sustainably produced.
Reducing global temperatures and protecting our planet is a key generational challenge. Our mission at Aviox is to deliver the world's most technologically advanced refinery, making sustainable aviation fuel. We believe that the plant will be highly profitable due to the very low cost of the waste materials as input material. We need the resolve and the capital to make a radical shift within our economy to make it modern, circular and sustainable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join a new wave of clean tech companies developing clean, green and sustainable aviation fuel, and it's a privilege to be part of it.
Airlines and aircraft makers are desperately searching to reduce their climate impacts. CO2 emissions amount to about 2% of the global total and 7% in the UK, and are increasing. But there are other impacts, such as the damaging contrails. Back in 2011, I was granted a patent for a novel way to generate power and hydrogen from hydrocarbons. Highly efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers make this possible. Using this patented process as a front end to a more conventional gas to liquids process, we can turn all sorts of worthless waste into high value fuel, help clean up the environment and solve the problems of disposal in one fell swoop.
Making sustainable aviation fuel in sufficient quantities is a massive chemical engineering challenge. We've already started building our bench scale system, which will just prove the concept. So we'll take some waste, which is our feedstock, and we'll create some fuel to demonstrate that the process actually works. The key step is then our demonstration system, which will be a 5,000 tonne per year plant, and that will be a very faithful reproduction of the larger scale plant that we're going to scale up to. Then we're going to scale up to our 30,000 tonne per year commercial plant, where we're making fuel, selling the fuel and making money for the business. Jet fuel is a tightly regulated product. In our case, we have to meet those requirements, but we also have to meet the requirements that it's sustainably produced.
Reducing global temperatures and protecting our planet is a key generational challenge. Our mission at Aviox is to deliver the world's most technologically advanced refinery making sustainable aviation fuel. We believe that the plant will be highly profitable due to the very low cost of the waste materials as input material. We need the resolve and the capital to make a radical shift within our economy to make it modern, circular and sustainable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join a new wave of clean tech companies developing clean, green and sustainable aviation fuel, and it's a privilege to be part of it.
Airlines and aircraft makers are desperately searching to reduce their climate impacts. CO2 emissions amount to about 2% of the global total and 7% in the UK, and are increasing. But there are other impacts, such as the damaging contrails. Back in 2011, I was granted a patent for a novel way to generate power and hydrogen from hydrocarbons. Highly efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers make this possible. Using this patented process as a front end to a more conventional gas to liquids process, we can turn all sorts of worthless waste into high-value fuel, help clean up the environment, and solve the problems of disposal in one fell swoop.
Making sustainable aviation fuel in sufficient quantities is a massive chemical engineering challenge. We've already started building our bench scale system, which will just prove the concept. So we'll take some waste, which is our feedstock, and we'll create some fuel to demonstrate that the process actually works. The key step is then our demonstration system, which will be a 5,000 tonne per year plant, and that will be a very faithful reproduction of the larger scale plant that we're going to scale up to. Then we're going to scale up to our 30,000 tonne per year commercial plant, where we're making fuel, selling the fuel and making money for the business. Jet fuel is a tightly regulated product. In our case, we have to meet those requirements, but we also have to meet the requirements that it's sustainably produced.
Reducing global temperatures and protecting our planet is a key generational challenge. Our mission at Aviox is to deliver the world's most technologically advanced refinery making sustainable aviation fuel. We believe that the plant will be highly profitable due to the very low cost of the waste materials as input material. We need the resolve and the capital to make a radical shift within our economy to make it modern, circular and sustainable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join a new wave of clean tech companies developing clean, green and sustainable aviation fuel, and it's a privilege to be part of it.
Airlines and aircraft makers are desperately searching to reduce their climate impacts. CO2 emissions amount to about 2% of the global total and 7% in the UK, and are increasing. But there are other impacts, such as the damaging contrails. Back in 2011, I was granted a patent for a novel way to generate power and hydrogen from hydrocarbons. Highly efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers make this possible. Using this patented process as a front end to a more conventional gas to liquids process, we can turn all sorts of worthless waste into high-value fuel, help clean up the environment, and solve the problems of disposal in one fell swoop.
Making sustainable aviation fuel in sufficient quantities is a massive chemical engineering challenge. We've already started building our bench scale system, which will just prove the concept. So we'll take some waste, which is our feedstock, and we'll create some fuel to demonstrate that the process actually works. The key step is then our demonstration system, which will be a 5,000 tonne per year plant, and that will be a very faithful reproduction of the larger scale plant that we're going to scale up to. Then we're going to scale up to our 30,000 tonne per year commercial plant, where we're making fuel, selling the fuel and making money for the business. Jet fuel is a tightly regulated product. In our case, we have to meet those requirements, but we also have to meet the requirements that it's sustainably produced.
Reducing global temperatures and protecting our planet is a key generational challenge. Our mission at Aviox is to deliver the world's most technologically advanced refinery making sustainable aviation fuel. We believe that the plant will be highly profitable due to the very low cost of the waste materials as input material. We need the resolve and the capital to make a radical shift within our economy to make it modern, circular and sustainable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join a new wave of clean tech companies developing clean, green and sustainable aviation fuel, and it's a privilege to be part of it.
Airlines and aircraft makers are desperately searching to reduce their climate impacts. CO2 emissions amount to about 2% of the global total and 7% in the UK, and are increasing. But there are other impacts, such as the damaging contrails. Back in 2011, I was granted a patent for a novel way to generate power and hydrogen from hydrocarbons. Highly efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers make this possible. Using this patented process as a front end to a more conventional gas to liquids process, we can turn all sorts of worthless waste into high-value fuel, help clean up the environment, and solve the problems of disposal in one fell swoop.
Making sustainable aviation fuel in sufficient quantities is a massive chemical engineering challenge. We've already started building our bench scale system, which will just prove the concept. So we'll take some waste, which is our feedstock, and we'll create some fuel to demonstrate that the process actually works. The key step is then our demonstration system, which will be a 5,000 tonne per year plant, and that will be a very faithful reproduction of the larger scale plant that we're going to scale up to. Then we're going to scale up to our 30,000 tonne per year commercial plant, where we're making fuel, selling the fuel and making money for the business. Jet fuel is a tightly regulated product. In our case, we have to meet those requirements, but we also have to meet the requirements that it's sustainably produced.
Reducing global temperatures and protecting our planet is a key generational challenge. Our mission at Aviox is to deliver the world's most technologically advanced refinery making sustainable aviation fuel. We believe that the plant will be highly profitable due to the very low cost of the waste materials as input material. We need the resolve and the capital to make a radical shift within our economy to make it modern, circular and sustainable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join a new wave of clean tech companies developing clean, green and sustainable aviation fuel, and it's a privilege to be part of it.
Airlines and aircraft makers are desperately searching to reduce their climate impacts. CO2 emissions amount to about 2% of the global total and 7% in the UK, and are increasing. But there are other impacts, such as the damaging contrails. Back in 2011, I was granted a patent for a novel way to generate power and hydrogen from hydrocarbons. Highly efficient fuel cells and electrolyzers make this possible. Using this patented process as a front end to a more conventional gas to liquids process, we can turn all sorts of worthless waste into high-value fuel, help clean up the environment, and solve the problems of disposal in one fell swoop.
Making sustainable aviation fuel in sufficient quantities is a massive chemical engineering challenge. We've already started building our bench scale system, which will just prove the concept. So we'll take some waste, which is our feedstock, and we'll create some fuel to demonstrate that the process actually works. The key step is then our demonstration system, which will be a 5,000 ton per year plant, and that will be a very faithful reproduction of the larger scale plant that we're going to scale up to. Then we're going to scale up to our 30,000 ton per year commercial plant, where we're making fuel, selling the fuel and making money for the business. Jet fuel is a tightly regulated product. In our case, we have to meet those requirements, but we also have to meet the requirements that it's sustainably produced.
Reducing global temperatures and protecting our planet is a key generational challenge. Our mission at Aviox is to deliver the world's most technologically advanced refinery making sustainable aviation fuel. We believe that the plant will be highly profitable due to the very low cost of the waste materials as input material. We need the resolve and the capital to make a radical shift within our economy to make it modern, circular and sustainable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join a new wave of clean tech companies developing clean, green and sustainable aviation fuel, and it's a privilege to be part of it.
thanks for coming, everyone. It's a great venue. It feels a bit like the Oscars to me. So, but I hope the speakers won't thank their producers and a big long list of thank yous after they talk, because we're on quite a strict time limit because we've got drinks at 5 o'clock apparently, which sounds like we need a drink. Okay, so we've got 3 speakers in this session, all looking at different routes to aviation fuel. And I guess the linking factor is waste. Okay, so in this country we produce a lot of waste, whether it's municipal solid waste, sewage, sludge, or all sorts of other waste. And at the moment it's not really, the waste supply chain is an absolute disaster in this country, as it is in a lot of countries. For example, we burn, well, estimates suggest we might burn about 15 million tonnes a year of municipal waste. And I personally have done a calculation of how many gigawatts of energy you could make from that. And you can rest assured that we're making very little energy from that. So it's just CO2 that's going up into the atmosphere. Yeah, so we're going to have the presentations now. We've got time for a quick question. Well, I'm going to rigorously enforce timekeeping. We've got time for a quick question at the end. And then it's Airbus drinks. So moving on quickly, the first speaker is James from Firefly.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so I'm James Highgate. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Firefly, and I'm going to talk to you for the next half an hour about sewage. Not the most obvious feedstock, maybe from the start of this, for jet fuel, but I hope I can convince you. A bit of a background to me, I've spent the last 20-odd years working in waste to biofuels and through the sister company Green Fuels, and we've set up facilities, biofuels facilities all over the world, and we've quickly recognised that these projects live or die on feedstock availability. And so actually with Firefly, we came about it from, okay, there's a big challenge in aviation. What material is there that could help fill that gap? So today, when you look at sustainable aviation fuel, reality is it's expensive to produce. Regulations are tightening. People are going to need to use more of this stuff, and there's not enough of it. I think it was 0.15% of jet fuel last year. When you look at sewage as a feedstock, it's expensive to destroy, it's expensive, more difficult to get rid of, regulations are tightening around that, and there's too much of it. So to us, this seemed to be the perfect sort of marriage of technologies to actually look into how we could turn sewage into jet fuel. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to try not to swear, because it's quite difficult doing these presentations without doing that, so I'll make my way through it. So over the last few years with Firefly, we've been building up, doing a lot of research work around this material, producing fuels, producing biocruise, etc., to enter the ASTM qualification process, because this is actually a new pathway that we're doing. We've also done an awful lot on the commercial side, and I'll come on to that a bit later. We now have a site, we have various partners to enable this to happen, and also a very large offtake agreement. So, oops. We have an offtake agreement, for example, with Wizz Air, and that's for 525,000 tonnes over 15 years. And then this is a proportion of an output of a plant. So this is one of the things that helped us try to move this to commercialisation as quickly as we can. So know your sewage. You probably think, I know sewage. See it every day. But actually, what we're talking here is the material that's right at the end of the wastewater treatment system. With sewage, as you probably guessed, there's a lot of it. Each one of us produces around about 142 kilos per year. If you want to imagine what that is, that's about the same weight as an adult panda. So if you can imagine 67 million of those, that's quite a lot. It's our standard measure. It's quite difficult to find something that weighs that exact amount. But from that material, a lot of it's water. There's other stuff in there, but simply, each person in here could probably produce about 10 litres of biocrude a year, half of which would be SAF, and a bit less than half that would be a bio-naphtha, essentially, so when you look at it. So the material that's there on the screen, it looks like chocolate mousse, but it isn't. These are biosolids, so this is the material that's right at the end of the wastewater treatment system. So if you imagine the water industry in the UK does a fantastic process in pre-treating our waste to something that's consistent and consolidated in certain locations. And of this material, there's about 8 million tonnes available in the UK today. We've got information on this material in very granular detail as a regulated business. So obviously MSW, you'd have RAP, so within the water industry, it's Ofwat. So you know exactly where every kilo of this material is. There's currently 170,000 truckloads of this on the roads going to farmers' fields at the moment. So when you get that lovely country smell, you drive through the Cotswolds, it's typically come from the inhabitants rather necessarily than the livestock that are there. And this is a material that is there, abundant and going across the land. The challenge is we don't actually have the land bank in the UK to sustain this amount of material. And so the whole water industry is looking for new solutions to deal with this. Where we've worked and looked in other countries where biosolids have been banned from land spreading, typically it goes for incineration. And the problem you have is this stuff's 80% water. So, you know, setting fire to it takes a lot of energy. It doesn't really make sense. That also led to the problem is, okay, when you look at the current routes to SAF, none of them really fit this highly abundant, fully biogenic material. So that's where we come in. We've done a lot of studies over the last few years, so we've been getting sewage shipped to our labs every week and from multiple locations. And this was very important when looking at it from the fuel qualification side to make sure that the feedstock we had was hopefully as consistent as possible. And the studies we found is that basically, yes, it's all the same. Which when you think about it, makes sense. You know, we all digest food the same, goes through the same wastewater treatment system. It's all mixed together in these locations. We've also now done studies in locations elsewhere in the world, and what we're sure about is this is a consistent feedstock, which is really, really unusual when you start looking at waste. So it starts to get very exciting. So, as I said, the challenge we have is this material, in all intents and purposes, the perfect feedstock for biofuels, fully biogenic, consistent, abundant, a growing waste because it grows a population. The challenge is that it's wet. And so, like I said, none of the routes that are out there at the moment really work for it. So within our research team, we started looking at different processing routes and focusing on hydrothermal liquefaction. And hydrothermal liquefaction, you basically take a material and water, you put it under high pressure, only moderate temperatures. The water at that point becomes reactive, breaks down that material, and you end up with two key outputs, one being a biochar, and the biochar has value in aggregates and all sorts of things, but also potentially can be used as a fertiliser on the land, once you've gone through regulations for that, and a biocrude. And the biocrude is really interesting because of the way it's made, and if you think how fossil fuels are made over millions of years to high pressure, water in the Earth's crust, it's not too different. The biocrude we have has all the components you would want in a fossil crude. It's just the carbon in it has been recently fixed because it's stuff we've eaten and excreted. So that biocrude, you then go through a hydro processing process, not too dissimilar to the fossil fuels industry, although it is bespoke for this type of crude, which produces, our focus is sustainable aviation fuel, but we also get a significant proportion of naphtha from the outputs, and also a really nice, quite clean biogenic CO2 stream. So the biocrude, like I said, it looks, here's we've actually got quite a lot at our work at the moment because we're producing larger volumes for qualification, but it looks just like a fossil crude. It smells like a fossil crude. It looks much better, and it's a much nicer thing to deal with than the stuff going in at the front end. But yeah, this is incredible. So what it can start to do is you can start to look at how you can upgrade this to other fuels. So again, with the biocrude, we did studies to make sure how consistent it was across the board, and it was, and it has a really good mix for upgrading to fuels. And so yeah, lots of testing with material from across the country. And as you might imagine, with something like this that looks like fossil crude, when you start producing fuels with it, looking at Chris there, so it looks very, very similar to a fossil jet fuel. In fact, my very, very risk-averse business partner, Paul, actually said, wow, this is almost chemically indistinguishable from a fossil fuel, which is great. You know, it has aromatics and it has all the things you want. So these are actually the very first samples we sent off to DLR, who came back to say, with a smiley face, have you sent us a fossil jet fuel? So it was a great starting point for us, and we've done an awful lot of testing since then, and we've worked with Intertech, with DLR, Washington State University, and we're working with the UK Clearinghouse to actually get this through to qualifications. We're very excited that that's now in place. When you actually start looking at the measured fuel properties, again, you have the carbon distribution that you would want in the fuel. The distillation curve actually looks slightly too good, so we can probably make a little bit more, but in all intents and purposes, it's a jet fuel. But this is where it starts to get very cool. Because we're using a fully biogenic material, it's got a very, very, very low carbon intensity. And it is this true waste. So we worked with Cranfield University to undertake a completely independent life cycle assessment on this, and they found with the current energy supply in the UK, with the current logistics and everything else, that there is a 92% saving over fossil jet, which is quite remarkable as a material. There is no other CCS on here. There is a form of carbon sequestration because the biochar will almost certainly be used in a fixed use. But yeah, incredible stuff. So we've been committed to working with RSB from the start, and we continue to do so. Also, this assumes a green hydrogen supply, and that's also why we're doing it where we are. Come on to that in a minute. So the other thing with it is clearly, it's available everywhere. Where there are people, there's poo, basically, which is kind of obvious. So you can start to model what's available in different countries. We now have, you may have heard about our project in the UK. There was a recent announcement about a project that's we're developing in Brazil with a utility company there, and there are a few others in the pipeline. And it's quite interesting because we're seeing the driver not only from the SAF, people want to buy our SAF, actually it's from the supply side because people are looking for a solution for this waste material. The counterfactuals don't really work. So the global potential is quite incredible. So just from sewage, from human sewage, you're looking at about 40 billion litres per year production of SAF. When you look at it in the UK, with biosolids that are available today, that would meet 50% of the 2030 SAF mandate, so about 5% of jet fuel. And I say that is just with the biosolids. We're doing some work on other materials as well. So our planned route to scale. So we are hoping to break ground, or we plan to break ground on the first phase of our commercial facility this year. We will I'll explain in a second why and how that's happening. And this is for the first HTL plant. And the way the model works is these HTL plants, this one's actually being built at the refinery, but the others are actually being located at the wastewater treatment works. And so it's a hub and spoke model, relatively small HTLs, but a number of those feeding into a centralised refinery. The plan is that we have the first facility will be 100,000 tonnes per year production from 2029, of which about 43,000 tonnes will be SAF and about 30,000 tonnes bio-naphtha. And there's some gases and things from that as well. And so how we're doing that, we've built some strong strategic partnerships here. So we have a site with Holcim & Carless. They have a refinery in Harriet, which is really good because there's loads of the infrastructure there already, with capacity for, they have all of the distillation, blending and distribution from this site. It's the perfect location. Not on the list, but RWE are building a large electrolyser next to us, which is plugging into, I think it's the largest offshore renewable energy supply there. So again, we looked at where we should do this, and we weren't really swayed with, where we might get incentives or whatever. It was kind of, where's the right place to do this? And this is absolutely the right place to do the first project in the UK. We have a partnership with Chevron Lummus Global, and that's key to doing this first plant, but also rolling out globally. CLG are the leading technology provider for hydrotreatment, and this is a specific hydrotreater, specific catalyst for this specific crude. So it's like we've turned up with like a Brent crude, we've turned up with a Firefly crude. It's all being designed specifically for this, and because they provided technology to over half the world's refineries, they are far and away the biggest and the best to work with globally on this. We have feedstock supply committed from Anglian Water. We actually have agreements now with 5 of the utilities and with Assured Biosolids in the UK. So I guess in an unusual situation, we actually have more feedstock available than we need for this first facility. So we're already starting to see where the second and third ones will go in the UK. And the UK could sustain 3 such plants. And then obviously we have this offtake with Wizz Air, and this was quite a lengthy process to put in place, and we worked with an investment bank to make sure it was as bankable as it possibly could, and it's for a proportion of the output for 15 years. It's got a floor price, it's got a take-or-pay, it's a proper contract, and I think it was quite unique in the industry. So although at a relatively early stage, it's giving us the ability to hopefully go to that next step and commercialise it. So this is us, this is Firefly, and this is why we feel sewage is the perfect solution to decarbonising aviation in the UK. And I'd just like to thank you all for your contributions towards this. And any questions? Any questions? Oh, wait.
Any questions? We've got time for 2 questions, I think. Yeah. Do you want the mic? Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Barry Moss from Outset. Just a quick question. Does agricultural slurry have a similar sort of composition to sewage? I mean, is that another route?
In some respects, yes. In other respects, no. So it's slightly more challenging to process. And we did look at we looked at a number of materials that were abundant, and we honed in on this because of the consistency of it, but also, if you imagine agricultural slurry, it's quite distributed, it's all over the place, but also you get other agricultural wastes that are in there. But it's not to say that we're not looking at, because we see that as a potential future feedstock with this process. The key for us at the moment is to actually get this new pathway qualified, and so having such a known input material will surely allow that to happen quicker. But yeah, and there's a lot of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, sludge isn't a great name for sewage sludge. I mean, that's what it looks like, because civil engineers don't understand biology. I mean, the sludge is essentially biomass, so it's the cells that break down the sewage and then grow. And they have to be taken away because they can't grow on forever in the activated sludge unit. So that's why the feedstock, I think, is quite consistent. It's essentially cellular biomass, whereas agricultural sludge, primary sludge, has all sorts of other stuff in it.
And that's a really good point. When you look at where fossil fuels come from, it's basically from algal mass from the bottom of HCs. It's the same. So, yeah.
Time for another couple of questions. Out the back, thanks.
Hi, Martin Atkins here. James, what do you do with the processed water you get from your process?
So that's an interesting one. So it's one of the reasons we're co-locating next to wastewater treatment works, to have that material there. However, we're starting to see there's value in the wastewater because of the residual materials that are there. So we've got as a company, we have a whole research team within Green Fuels Research, which is our research company, that are doing work on the wastewaters, and also with the utilities to say, can we gain value from this material as well? But it is quite nice that we have a material that's 80% water and 20% biomass. Potentially there's 2 value streams you can get from that.
But the components in the processed water, and they say 80% water, 20% others, by the time you put it through your processing, do those compounds, are they oxygenated compounds of value, or are they other components?
I've got to be careful what I say because the patent's going on at the moment, but there's some interesting components there that have value. We also, I think I probably can say, when you look at the hydrogen required for the process, we can potentially get that from the water that's there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Time for another question? If anyone's got one? Maybe we could leave that until the drink session.
Yeah, feel free to grab me over a beer if you want to talk anymore.
Okay, great. Let's thank James once again.
Okay.
Okay, so the next speaker is Alistair Blanchard from UK Feedstocks.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And so my name's Alistair Blanchard. I lead a team at a consultancy called ICF, where I work on sustainable aviation. We work on pretty much all parts of that. So a huge focus on SAF. Obviously, that's such a critical part to decarbonising the aviation sector, but also on things like carbon removals, cabin sustainability, and everything else that kind of falls under that umbrella. I've got quite a lot of data to go through, so I'm going to apologise for that up front, but when you talk about feedstocks, it often ends up coming into the numbers, but I'll do my very best to make the data as exciting as James manages to make sewage. So if I can live up to that high standard, that will be a good goal. So I'm going to talk for I think about 10 minutes, and mostly kind of going through three main things. So the first is just how we think about feedstocks. So we work on quite a number of feedstock studies, both at national levels as well as for individual facilities, looking at the catchment area and the feedstocks that they can access and how that might relate to the investment case for that facility. So just starting off by thinking about how we think about that sort of challenge to approach. And then secondly, what that means in the UK. So when we talk about decarbonising UK aviation, how much feedstock we think there is and what that would mean in terms of achieving our sustainability targets. And then thirdly, kind of a couple of comments about what that all means. So on the first point on how we think about this actually, to me, is one of the most interesting areas because there's so much argument about it. Like anyone who works in this industry, you open the news, and about once a week there's a story saying that there's loads of feedstock or there's not enough feedstock. And so often, as with many arguments, it's about a lack of communication and talking about different things. And so when we think about feedstocks, I think one of the really interesting points to start is at the global level. And so this is comparing two really fantastic studies that anyone working in this, I'd highly recommend you give them a read. And the first is by the Energy Transitions Commission, the ETC, the other by the IEA on the net zero targets. And it's a little bit washed out on the left-hand side, but the important thing that on the supply side, so how much bioenergy feedstock globally these reports estimate, they both actually come up with a remarkably simple number, similar number, around 100 exajoules. So an exajoule is 10 to the 18 joules. And you can see there's a couple of small differences in where they think it will come from between kind of wastes or kind of feedstocks grown on dedicated land, but there's actually kind of really interesting consensus about how much global bioenergy there is. And on the other hand, there's almost no consensus at all on what sectors are going to get to access that feedstock. So you can see on the right-hand side that actually aviation is the only sector that both of these reports agree that deserves an access to some of these feedstocks. All of the rest of it goes into completely different end uses. And actually, when you break it down, they reckon that there's somewhere around 11 times more demand than there is feedstocks at the aggregate level. And that's looking across all of these different sectors that are trying to access feedstock. So when you look at what maritime are trying to do to access fuels, what energy sector is trying to achieve, materials are turning it into sustainable materials. And so there's a huge demand for these feedstocks. But obviously, with 11 times more feedstock than there is kind of available, we're going to have to make some choices to which sectors get to access it. So congratulations, aviation. We're one of the few sectors that these two studies agree should get access to some of it. And you can see that in their analysis, they've given us a little sliver, 15 exajoules, which doesn't look that much, but it's probably enough to decarbonize about 75% of aviation. So it is a considerable amount. And so whenever we talk about feedstocks, that's actually a really interesting framing, that small slither that they've allocated us is just 15 of 100 exajoules, but is in itself enough to almost decarbonize it. So when we think about feedstock, a really important point to start at is that globally, there is more than enough feedstock to decarbonize aviation many times over. But the really important question is who gets it and why should we get it? And so when we do analyses of feedstock, we actually tend to step through a number of different kind of logical analyses. And the first is asking, well, how much feedstock is there? And we call that the technical availability. Now, that's a completely unconstrained analysis. That's saying what's the total amount of feedstock of that type. And I'm just going to use an example, which is looking at agricultural wastes. So this is, for example, the stem, the leaves, all of the leftovers once you've harvested something. And at the moment, these are mostly not used for anything. They tend to be left in the field. And there's a lot of technologies where we could potentially convert those into a sustainable fuel. And so if we think about the technical availability, that would be saying what's the total volume, the total mass of all of those leaves and stems. And then the next stage is saying, well, how much of that is sustainable? Because actually of most feedstocks, it's actually not sustainable to extract all of the feedstock. And taking again the agricultural waste example of it, you have to leave somewhere between 50 and 70% of that agricultural waste in the field. That's really important for soil health, for erosion, and a number of other factors there as well. So already you've gone from a total amount of feedstock, you've more than halved that to get to what's sustainable extractable. And then the next stage is then saying, well, of what you can sustainably take out, how much of that should go to aviation? And of course, that's a really difficult question to answer because that's more about how do you prioritize it against all of the other potential uses. And so with one of the elements you can approach that is to look at what's currently using it. And for example, on the agricultural wastes, well, the simple answer is mostly it's not being used, but there is some that's used for feed and fodder. There's some that's used for growing mushrooms is actually one of the big, surprisingly big uses of it. But most of it, as I said, is left in the field. And then the last question is saying, well, how much of this is actually economic to get? Because when we think about how agricultural waste is generated, it's generated all over the UK. And sometimes that might be in small holdings where the farmers can't invest in the sometimes quite expensive equipment. It might be in remote areas where it's not worth collecting it from. And so there's only a smaller fraction of that which is economically viable. And so if there's one thing that you remember from this is that when we talk about feedstocks, a lot of the reason for those arguments is because we're talking about different things in this. That when you look at the technical availability, there's enough feedstocks to decarbonize aviation many times over. But when you start going through these analyses, that's where you start downsizing it. And the variability between these categories is much greater than the variability in the total amount of feedstock. As I said, just going from the sustainably available to the available to aviation, that's going at a global level from around about 100 exajoules of feedstock down to about 15. So it's you can see how the sensitivity there is actually much greater than the sensitivity, for example, to the technical availability. So hopefully that's useful just as a framing it and kind of explaining how there's a lot more detail that kind of tends to sit behind these numbers. And that sometimes gets lost when people start arguing, saying there's not enough, there is more than we need. And it's often because we're talking about different categories here. And so the second then is what does this mean in the UK? We were lucky enough to work with UK Sustainable Aviation on a detailed analysis looking at what this would mean in the UK. And the simple answer is around about half an exajoule of feedstock. That doesn't sound very much, but it's enough to make about 3.5 million tons of sustainable fuel. For comparison, at the moment, the UK uses around about 12 million tons of jet fuel. By 2050, we expect that to actually decrease a little bit as we start seeing fleet renewal and more efficient aircraft. And then on top of this, we'd also expect greater potential for imports and, of course, power to liquids as well, and then complemented with all of those other measures that we heard on the previous panel around carbon removals and other elements. And I won't go into detail on this because I think you'll all go to sleep quite quickly, but there's three kind of points I just wanted to pull out from it. So the first is on the waste fog, and that stands for fats, oils, and greases. And this is a really important feedstock because it's what we use for the heifer process or co-processing, and it's pretty much the most mature technology. It's the one that's really being commercialized, and most SAF that you read about in the market today has been produced from this technology and these feedstocks. And you can see that in the total availability in the UK, they represent a very small fraction. And that's really important because that kind of highlights the challenge around commercializing the other technologies to be able to access this much wider feedstock. There's a really strong link between the technologies we have and the volume of feedstock that we can access. And James perfectly kind of described that in his previous discussion around the volume of sustainable waste in the UK, but the difficulty of commercializing that with the technology. Your problem isn't access to the feedstocks, it's getting the facility built. And so that's the second point, that when you look at the stack of feedstocks, and I've put it against the high bar just because there's a little bit more space to put them in, but you can see that the available feedstock is across a whole load of different sources, from agricultural wastes to MSW or municipal solid wastes, waste wood, and a few others as well. And so there's a huge kind of variety that kind of feedstock is very far from being a homogeneous thing. And then the third point as well is that you'll see that there's a chunk of this chart which we've called innovative feedstocks. And if anyone wants to talk about that, then please come and ask, because it's a very cool area. And we've put a lot of detail into the report that we cited. But the really important thing here is that when we talk about SAF, we very often focus on the innovation on the production side. We talk about the really exciting new technologies, both the ones that have been commercialized, the ones that are in kind of earlier stages of development. But we very rarely talk about the potential innovation further up in the supply chain, which is strange because there's a huge amount of effort going into innovation on some of the feedstock supply of it as well. And there's a lot of different feedstocks that we currently don't call feedstocks because there isn't a way of commercializing them, that there's a lot of effort going into developing. And so kind of recognizing that there's both the innovation and the requirement to commercialize a number of different technologies on the processing side, the refinery side, that there's also a lot of work to be done on developing new feedstocks at the very kind of upstream side of it. And then the other half of feedstock availability is the power to liquids. And this is actually an even more difficult analysis to kind of talk about, because sometimes you hear people saying that the best thing about power to liquids is, well, firstly, that it's very sustainable, but secondly, that it's got unlimited feedstocks. And that sounds really exciting, just infinite feedstock. But sadly, it's not always true, because ultimately it relies on accessibility to renewable electricity, and that in itself is a constrained feedstock. But instead of being kind of a finite waste feedstock, the question is how much renewable electricity can we make? And the challenge there is that we're one of many sectors that's also looking at kind of deployment of renewable electricity. And so how we think about that is an analysis like this, which I think the colors are just about showing out. And so if you look historically, it's really a question of deployment rates. The question is, can we make enough renewable electricity to be able to decarbonize aviation? And what I'm just comparing is what we've done historically in the UK compared to what we would need to do on the right-hand side to achieve our net zero targets. And so historically, you can see that we've divided into 5-year chunks on the left. And you can see kind of the different contribution from different feedstocks. So this is in terawatt hours. So this is actually generated electricity. And you can see that on average each year, we've added around 5 terawatt hours or so of renewable electricity generated each year. So that's additional capacity that we've added each year. And then, of course, in terms of what we need to do, well, aviation is actually a very small user of renewable electricity. There's both the existing uses where we're trying to decarbonize fossil fuel usage for electricity generation, but we're also trying to add to that. We're trying to go from internal combustion cars to electric vehicles and so on as well. And then kind of plus economic growth, which might be adding to that requirement. And even without aviation demanding any renewable electricity, so making zero power to liquids, we would need to be adding about 19 terawatt hours of renewable electricity each year. So that's a real step up from what we've been doing historically. And so the question beyond that is then how much additional could we add to that in order to achieve our goals? And you can see that and there's a lot more detail in the analysis, we've looked at a couple of different demand scenarios. And I think that the key point here is both that it's very challenging, that there's a real demand for renewable electricity. We need to build a huge number of solar panels or wind turbines and other sources to be able to generate that amount of electricity. And of course, historically, the deployment has been relatively slow. That's mostly a factor because it's been a very small industry that's been kind of growing very rapidly. But of course, you'll see it's also kind of offset by some of the maintenance challenges and some of the renewable, the nuclear facilities. But then when we think about this from the aviation perspective, it does tie very clearly back to policy, because the question isn't so much can we get access to this electricity, but how can we use aviation as a sector to drive this deployment of renewables? So this is where the additionality criteria, for example, are so important when we think about that power to liquids, or making sure that the additional demand from aviation is pulling more renewable electricity into the sector. It's fueling that deployment, it's complementing it, rather than, I think, as I quite pessimistically put in the title, cannibalizing it. And so it's a really important point about how the policy treats this in terms of what we'll be able to access. And so, cutting a very long report down to a very short description, the conclusion is yes, there is actually a very significant amount of feedstock to produce SAF in the UK. We reckon around 6.5 million tonnes in the central case, that's enough to get us towards the net zero target alongside the other mechanisms. And you can see actually the range around that is quite substantial, that between 3.5 in our very conservative case, up to about 10.7 million tonnes in a somewhat more generous case where we assume a kind of greater allocation to aviation. But of course, the critical point here is that it all comes back to that policy, that this is really driven not by the uncertainty in how much feedstock there is, but the uncertainty as to who gets that feedstock. And that's really, again, kind of driven by the policy decision. And so in terms of what that means, there's kind of 3 points I just wanted to step through. So the first is that actually the really important bottleneck that we have in the industry at the moment is much more around the refining capacity. Instead of, like, the feedstock is very important, but a feedstock is only a feedstock in theory if we don't have the technology or the commercialized ability to turn that into a fuel. And so it does come back that one of the critical challenges is making sure that we're developing the technologies and deploying them. And the second is that this is a problem bigger than the UK. That when we talk about the need to scale, the UK is globally a big market. It's a substantial market, but compared to the global market, we're just one of very many countries looking at trying to do this. And we work a lot with investors when they're looking to invest in facilities. And of course, the key question that we always get asked is, well, how many facilities are you going to build? And of course, that ties back into not just the feedstocks that we have here in the UK, but also the feedstocks that we have globally, and also the policies that are supporting that global development. And then the third is around the policy risk. And this can be a really sensitive topic, but when we talk about the feedstocks and how sustainable they are, it's important to note that there's a value judgment there as well, that what one country considers to be a sustainable feedstock might not be considered in another country. And governments can change their mind on that as well. And so when you're looking at making that investment, a really key point around that is the stability of that policy, that a feedstock that's considered sustainable today will still be considered sustainable in 2 decades' time. And if we have volatility there, then it's very, very difficult to make that investment case as well. So really important that when we talk about how much feedstock there is, that we're also thinking about that in terms of the consistency of that analysis of what we consider to be sustainable. And then I've got just like a final point as well. And this is just because I was trying to explain my job to my mum a couple of weeks ago. And I was trying to tell her I was really excited about the UK SAF mandate policy. And I was trying to get that enthusiasm across. And I'm not sure I did a good job, but she did. She had the patience to bear with me. And I was telling her how excited I was by this 10% target by 2030. And her response was a little bit disparaging. She told me that, Alistair, that in nearly a decade you're going to get to 10%. It doesn't sound like you work very hard. And the challenge is that that's a view that I think a lot of outsiders look at our industry. Now, everyone in this room, I think we appreciate the difficulty of building these facilities, or getting that investment, developing the supply chain, the policy. There's so much work to do. But from an outside perspective, it's very difficult to bake those tons, those gallons of fuel. And so one of the really important things that we can do is not just how much SAF can we make and how much feedstock there is for that, but more importantly, how can we make the best use of that limited volumes that we'll struggle to make. And these are just 2 very kind of brief examples. They're not very mainstream ones, so I tried to kind of go for something a bit different. But on the left-hand side, it's talking about the regenerative agricultural side of it. And this is actually a very topical example, because in the US, you might have seen they just made some updates to the Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. And one of the really interesting elements that they added in there is something that they call climate-smart agriculture. And I'm really proud that a lot of my colleagues have actually worked for several decades on a lot of the carbon analysis that underlied that. But this is really looking at how you can drive sustainability through the whole value chain. So rather than focusing just on how many gallons of fuel you can make at the downstream end, but how you can incentivize those gallons to be more sustainable, to reduce more carbon, and in turn drive that emission saving all the way through the value chain. And it's a trial mechanism that they have for these tax credits at the moment. But it's really interesting how it's trying to incentivize the people that are creating the feedstocks to do things like using less fertilizer, doing cover crops, a number of other mechanisms in there which have considerable potential to reduce the carbon emissions more. And so when we think about feedstock, it's not just a ton of feedstock, but it's really important about how that feedstock has been generated. And there's a lot of choice that we have there on making sure that feedstock is as sustainable as possible. And that's, again, kind of driven by the policy side of it. Now, the right-hand side of it is, this is a little bit more different, but on the very kind of other end of the value chain, when we burn the the SAF and use that in an aircraft. There's contrails are a very, very difficult thing to measure. There's a huge amount of analysis and work that still has to be done on them. But there is reasonable evidence, and it's kind of emerging that the use of SAF does reduce certainly the kind of particulate emissions, but in turn that also has an impact on the contrail generation. And so there's also kind of a thought of when we're using SAF, how we could use that in the best possible way. And for example, like not every aircraft generates contrails. You have to be in specific altitude, specific weather conditions to generate contrails. And so thinking about how you could potentially even use the SAF on the aircraft that are in the conditions where they might produce contrails, actually there's a lot of kind of downstream consideration as well. And I'll be the first to recognize that something like that would be incredibly difficult to do. What we're kind of trying to do is completely the opposite of that, in fact, with kind of different chains of custody and trying to treat it like it's all interchangeable. But it's kind of an illustration that when we're working in a world where getting to 6% SAF in the EU, 10% SAF in the UK, 3 billion gallons in the US, these are huge volumes. They're very challenging to get to. But from an outside perspective, we often will get challenged on that that's just a fraction of our total fuel use over the next decade. And so thinking about how can we make that in the best possible way, how we can drive that sustainability through the value chain, that when we have an access to a finite amount of feedstock, for example, how we can make the very best use of that. So if there's one thing maybe that you'll take away from this is that asking a question of how much feedstock is in the UK, there's actually many more exciting questions beyond that of how much feedstock should we get in aviation, how can we do the best with the feedstock that we do have. So thank you very much. Very happy to answer questions if you have any, but I think James will be snapped up by many other questions right over me. But yeah, thank you very much.
Questions? Yep. Thanks.
Hello, Alistair. I like your comment about having sustainability all the way through the chain, not just at one end or the other. What's noticeable in the States is that all of the major departments have been involved, so Department of Agriculture, Department of Transport, Department of Energy, Department of Environment, and so on. In the UK, the only obviously visible one is Department for Transport. To what extent should we be forcing other ministries in the UK to sort of put their bit in to sort of help all through that chain?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And I think I was talking to someone about the grand challenge in the US, which is what they call their SAF target, that 3 billion gallon target. And I was being a little bit critical of it, I have to admit. And I was saying that it's just a target. You don't have a mandate. There's no demand signal kind of accompanying that. It's kind of incentives on the supply side. And the answer that I was given was that I was looking at it that way, that exactly like you said, that the real value of it is that target was a target across 3 different departments of energy, of agriculture. And getting those departments to work together to set that target was actually very much more significant than the policy, because once you've got that combined integration, thinking about both the energy supply, the transport side of it, that was kind of the huge achievement. I'd say it's not my place to kind of comment on the functions of the UK government. I would say that the Jet Zero strategy does have, it does lay out a very clear strategy for the UK to decarbonise. It's quite comprehensive in how it looks at the 6 different measures underneath it. I would say that the SAF mandate consultation that came out, I think, has got some really impressive elements on it. So I wouldn't comment on the mechanisms, how it got there, but certainly what we've seen coming out of it, I've been quite impressed by.
Thanks for that question. Good question. Any more questions?
Thanks very much for that presentation, Alistair. That was really, really interesting and very clear. My name's James from the European Climate Foundation. I'm very pleased that everyone in this room knows we're in a climate emergency. We're also in a nature emergency. And this was mentioned in the previous panel discussion, the need for nature restoration. And through the Convention on Biological Diversity, there are targets to restore 30% of degraded ecosystems by 2030, and the UK has signed up to that as well. the biggest driver of ecosystem degradation has been expansion of agriculture in recent decades. So I was wondering, how do those policy commitments to restore land, restore ecosystems, how do they affect your assessment of sustainable or available supply of SAF feedstocks? Thank you.
Yeah, very good question as well. And I think something that we spend a lot of time kind of trying to get our heads around as well. I think the first point is that those numbers I presented, they take that into account, that they're not suggesting that we start cutting down every forest in the UK. Like, as you said, that would be an incredibly counterproductive way of looking at it. And actually the way that the UK is approaching this, I think I've been, as I said, quite impressed by that. There's both binary controls against it. So, for example, we're not going to be using any crop-based feedstocks in the UK, so there's no competition with food there. But then also kind of the CI adjustment within it drives that behavior that we talked about through the supply chain. I think also an observation that while I said that policy changes to policy are kind of one of the biggest difficulties here, there's also worth pointing out that there's a huge amount that we don't know and it's still kind of trying to work out how to legislate for. And one of those examples might be around just the fact that all of the policy at the moment is entirely focused on carbon. And in itself, that's probably a function of the fact that that's quite easy to measure. It's quite easy to kind of design a policy around. But I would very much agree that the opportunity that we have here is that there's a product which we're, to an extent, willing to legislate, either mandate or voluntarily pay a premium for, and that has an opportunity to drive improvements through the supply chain. And so looking at, at the moment, those improvements are focused on a carbon-based improvement, trying to reduce the carbon emissions as much. I could see no reason why you couldn't use that same premium to drive better behavior on, for example, biodiversity through the supply chain as well. And so I don't see it as a constraint. I would say it is more an opportunity, but it's a really difficult problem to solve. So yeah, very good question.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got time for a quick question at the back.
Thank you, Alistair. My name is Vincent. I work for 270 Aviation Consultancy. I have a question on you mentioning the different feedstock on a very global level and the different pathways as well on a global level. And I'm wondering if you can give any high-level insights on division of pathways per country based on the different feedstocks. If that's already clear, and if there's kind of strategies that we should be focusing on as an aviation industry to push certain pathways in certain regions of the world.
Yeah, and good to speak with you again, Vincent. I think it's been a while. Yeah, this is a really important point, is that and no policy is ever made in isolation, right? Like when you're thinking about a policy, you're always thinking about what you're trying to achieve with that, whether that's decarbonization, whether it's jobs creation, energy security, and obviously the cost around that as well. And of course, kind of the thing that underlies all of that is the feedstock availability. And that's really different in different countries. You have countries in the Middle East where there's a huge opportunity for cheap, affordable, renewable electricity, but much less bio feedstocks. There's other parts of the world where there's considerable bio feedstocks. And of course, that there's already, in every country, there's already existing industries of some sort, whether it's sewage processing facilities, whether it's municipal waste processing facilities, whether it's an ethanol industry in the US, for example. And so I think one of the values of looking at the feedstock side of it is looking at what opportunities there are to use that existing resources and existing industry to build on top of. That we're not going to be building a sustainable fuel in aviation industry from scratch. We are building it on top of the existing renewable industries, whether that's renewable diesel production, biodiesel production, ethanol production, and so on, that we're trying to use the same, in many cases, the same expertise, a lot of the same infrastructure as much as we can. That obviously significantly reduces the cost and speeds up the deployment of it. And so I guess the simple answer would be to look at what countries are doing today. There's no coincidence that when we talk about the use of ethanol in the US, for example, well, the US is the largest producer of ethanol globally. There's 15 billion gallons of ethanol produced every year. And just to put in context what that means from an aviation perspective, that when you take a gallon of ethanol and turn that into a SAF, you make about 50%, because the rest of it goes into some energy losses, some energy kind of conversion issues, and then co-products as well. But so that 15 billion gallons of ethanol, you could make around about 7 billion gallons of jet fuel. That's, as I said, that 3 billion gallon target by 2030 is just a fraction of that. So, there's
In the US, for example, there's a real focus on that ethanol industry. Globally, of course, there's a huge focus on HEFA. Like, when we look at the announced facilities, the announced capacity of those facilities, it's worth bearing in mind that the HEFA facilities are often many, many multiples of the size of a Fischer-Tropsch or an alcohol-to-jet facility. So if you, instead of looking at the number of announcements, look at the announced capacity, we do expect about 90% or so of the capacity by 2030 to be coming from HEFA. But that other 10%, it does vary a little bit by country. And in the UK, it's one of the really exciting bits about the mandate is looking at trying to limit the amount of HEFA, trying to stimulate the next generation of facilities beyond that. In Europe, of course, there's the sub-mandate around power to liquids. In the US, there's a really interesting kind of ecosystem as well. So I think I probably apologize because I'm not sure I directly answered your question, but I think trying to keep my answer down to a relatively short point, I'll finish there.
Thank you.
Thanks. Actually, I've got a quick question, and as I'm chairing this session, I can ask it, but just a quick one. In your assessment of the different feedstocks, have you also done a study on how the sort of infrastructure for collecting that feedstock? So, for example, municipal waste is collected, sewage sludge is collected already, whereas I guess agricultural residues aren't collected to that extent.
Yeah, so it really varies by different feedstock. There's a kind of a hand-in-hand of the economics of it as well as the demand for it. If you look at the waste, fats, oils and greases, for example, there's a lot of that does go uncollected, and a lot of that goes into down the drain at the moment, where it sometimes creates blockages and similar. So there's both kind of a reason to kind of collect from there, and that's historically why we have a supply of these waste, fats, oils and greases. But of course, the more value that you put onto the waste, fats, oils and greases, the more demand there is for it, the higher the price would expect to go up, and the more economic it becomes to develop that collection infrastructure. So they very much go hand in hand. There's only a few sectors where kind of elements of it where it's not collected at all, like the agricultural waste is probably the best example, where a lot of that is kind of left in the field. But actually, a lot of it is really down in the detail of it. So when you look at municipal waste, for example, yes, it's collected, but the disposal of it isn't always as good as it could be. For example, like a lot of it isn't always separated. The recycling rates in the UK are quite low today. And so I think this comes back to that point about trying to drive the improvements through the value chain. That one of the interesting things about, for example, taking a municipal waste and turning that into a jet fuel is that the carbon intensity calculation of that is really heavily dependent on your biogenic versus non-biogenic, so basically how much plastic there is in your waste stream. And so that really incentivizes all of those municipal waste to SAF producers to do a very, very rigorous kind of separation before they use just the biogenic waste to make sure they're maximizing that CI difference. And so it's not just, I think this is the really critical point, is it's not just about producing a ton of SAF, it's making sure you're doing that in the best possible way, but also kind of how you're driving those improvements. You're doing better separation of wastes that can drive better recycling of those non-biogenic components as well. So there's a lot of kind of co-benefits to this as you start looking across the whole supply chain.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I think the take-home message from your talk is that everyone in this room should be able to explain their job to their mum. And if you can't, you should be able to. Okay, let's thank Alistair again. Thank you very much for a great talk. Okay, next up we've got Adam from Aleco.
Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you. I've got a bit of connection with Aleco because for 10 years I was head of chemical engineering and professor at University of Chester, and we had, I think, at least 2 or 3 students that did placements and I think a couple got full-time jobs with Aleco. I'm not sure how they're doing, but
In Liverpool.
Yeah, in Liverpool, yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, I'm conscious that I'm all that there is between you and a drink, so I will try and keep this as short as possible. I haven't been trained in this, so I assume the green button, is it? Yeah, okay. Great, so I'm going to chat to you on the UK's UCO and tallow markets, and given that we're part of a global market, I will touch on the global situation as well. But I thought first of all I'd just kind of give you a little bit of a history of used cooking oil. Used cooking oil and tallow was around way before fossil fuels, so was for a very long time One of our sources of renewable energy would have been used to make candles in the medieval days and in the Tudor times and Victorian times as well. And you'll see the poster up there from the Second World War. We were all encouraged to take our waste oils and fats down to the local butcher. They were then collected by the government and used to make nitroglycerides as explosives. And it was perhaps that started the collection of used cooking oil at the same time that we would have seen an increase in frying and hospitality. And after the war, a lot of it would end up in animal feed, would have gone into the oleochemical industry to produce soaps and cosmetics. And at the turn of the century, just afterwards, we had a number of animal feed scares, mad cow disease, some of you will remember that, which led to a complete change in policy, which meant that waste could no longer go into animal feed. And then we saw a lot of it genuinely just being thrown away. Some of you probably have seen articles about fatbergs filling up the sewage system as used cooking oil got thrown into down the sinks because nobody knew what to do with it. And then, of course, the policies came along to start using those waste in biofuels, and the UK has done a very good job of making sure that a lot of the biofuels that we produce, or at least biodiesel, has come from waste. So Olico has seen quite a lot of that history. We didn't make candles, but we certainly would have been collecting during the 1970s and beyond. And today we are the largest collector of used cooking oil in the UK. We visit around about 50,000 sites. That's everything from the fish and chip shops that you'll go to, pubs, restaurants, quick service restaurants, canteens, and all the way up to food manufacturing sites, all involved in frying, all producing used cooking oil. We operate 3 biorefineries within the UK, relatively simple operation where we are processing the used cooking oil to remove the moisture and the impurities that it's collected during its life as a frying oil. We also have a biodiesel plant in Liverpool where we convert some of that used cooking oil into biodiesel. And what we've discovered, and in fact a lot of the industry is now discovering, the most effective way to collect used cooking oil is to also deliver fresh vegetable oils that are used in frying. So Olico has by default become one of the largest distributors of fresh cooking oil. We have a whole range of different oils: olive oil, soybean oil, rapeseed oil, sunflower oil, depending on what the customers need. And together with Bunge, we've created a joint venture which is taking what we do in the UK and Ireland across to the continent. So we're now also collecting in Spain and the Netherlands and looking to expand across other parts of Europe. Of course, having that model of taking fresh oil out and collecting waste oil at the same time means that your vehicle is always being used. So it's a very important part of the circular economy to us, that we're saving 50% of that fleet of vehicles' carbon in the collection process. So the UK market, we estimate around about 250,000 tonnes of used cooking oil. Around 200,000 tonnes of that is in the hospitality sector and catering sector, and around 50,000 tonnes of it from the food manufacturing sector. This has been a fairly constant number. It's perhaps declining a little bit, particularly in food manufacturing. And the reason for that is some of the trends which you will have known, which you'll know about, the trend perhaps for healthy eating and less fat in our diets. But more importantly, given the price of vegetable oils in the last couple of years, it has been a lot of technology going into actually using less oil in the frying process. And in some extreme cases, industrial air fryers, which are using very little fat at all. On the other hand, fried food is a very convenient, easy way to cook, often associated with relatively cheap food, and we've certainly seen during the cost of living crisis that, if anything, we've seen a relatively strong market for fried food. At the end of the day, fried food tastes great. We all love a bag of chips. So if you take that 250,000 tonnes, that's about enough to produce about 2% of the UK's aviation fuel demand. So one thing's for sure, we certainly can't rely just on used cooking oil. And if we have a look at a comparison of different technologies in terms of their SAF credentials, the graph here shows the greenhouse gas. So the columns in green showing the greenhouse gas savings going from the left to the right. And you see used cooking oil and tallow represent pretty high greenhouse gas savings amongst some of the highest of the various options that there are. The turquoise line shows an estimate of the cost of production. So we see quite a variety there. But again, we see used cooking oil and tallow amongst some of the cheapest possibilities. So if you want to have a sustainable aviation fuel, you'd think UCO and tallow, heifer SAF, would be an important part of the mix. But we see some challenges for that. The UK SAF mandate that came out was very welcome, but it's a demand-based scheme, and just like the RTFO before it, will do an excellent job at creating demand, but nothing at all in terms of creating some production here in the UK. The graph that I've got here shows some of their heifer SAF or heifer HVO and SAF capacity additions in the last few years. You can see in 2022, pretty much all of this was in the US. And in 2023 and 2024, again, it's the US that is dominating the situation in terms of building heifer capability. It's not until we get into 2025 and 2026 that we start to see some estimates coming into the EU mix. And in the UK in particular, the decision last year to not maintain the anti-dumping duties that were put in place when we were part of the EU that kept out over-subsidized US material, the decision to not maintain those has meant that it's very difficult to see anyone building a heifer SAF plant in the UK because it just won't be able to compete with the US. And so what we've started to see in the last year or two, and we think this will continue to be the case unless there's any changes in policy, is that we're seeing material from the EU, and in particular the UK, tallow and UCO, actually flowing out of Europe and towards the US, where they are using their subsidies in the war for feedstock. And then we're similarly seeing the HVO and SAF being shipped back from the US and into, in particular, the UK and Norway, both of which don't have any anti-dumping duties. So this is the trade flow that we've seen happening over the last year, and as I say, we expect that to continue. So this graph here shows the world production by region and in some cases country. You can see that in the EU, having been a leader, it's in the last 5 years been pretty static at around 15 million tons. The US, on the other hand, has almost doubled their capacity. And in the UK, we've been pretty much static at 350-odd thousand tons of biodiesel capacity for the last 5 years. We see other significant growths in Indonesia, where they have a lot of palm oil as a feedstock, and also in Brazil, where they have a lot of soybean oil as a potential feedstock. So whilst the EU is in planning phase, other regions are gearing up rapidly for the production of both HVO and SAF. And we start to see, therefore, a bit of a geographic war between the US and Europe, and also perhaps an industry war between biodiesel, which was the kind of legacy, if you like, in the EU, and HVO in the US. And this is before we've even seen maritime come to the picture, who will also be, in the next year or two, looking at mandates to decarbonize their own industry. So just having a look again then at the bigger picture, around about 270 million tons of jet fuel required. We estimate that the global UCO supply is around 12 million tons. It's difficult to get an exact picture on that, but most studies seem to think that it's round about that sort of picture. Potentially there's 30 million tons out there. I think in the UK, most of the UCO that's out there is now being collected, but there will be other parts of the world where UCO is either not yet being collected properly, or indeed it's being collected but going into animal feed, or even in some parts of the world back into the human food chain. So there is potential, and there's around about 200 million tons of vegetable oil in the world, so it's not difficult to make some assumptions about how much of that is used in frying, and if it's used in frying, how much could be collected. So it's plausible that there's as much as 30 million tons out there. Whether that's all economically viable to be collected is yet to be seen. But as I said, today, around about 12 to 15 million tons, we think, is the global market. And if that's the case, and all of it went into aviation, still that's only 5% of jet fuel demand. So just to kind of sum up a few of the key points that I hope I've been able to get across. So UCO HEFA is a great low-cost way to decarbonize aviation, but it's relatively limited in terms of availability. It's not a silver bullet, and there's lots of other technologies that are going to be required. The UK has sufficient to meet the 2% that we have next year, but policy at the moment doesn't support that. And at the moment, it seems most likely that that will come from the US. And frustratingly, they could well be using some of our UCO to make that. So thank you very much for listening, and any questions?
Yeah, we've got time for a question. Yeah, there's one over there at the back. Keep you busy.
Hi, I'm Rory Hinchwood from BP. I had a question. As an aggregator of tallow, I'm interested to hear what you think about tallow class 3 and its categorization under other in EU law, and how you see that being a part of SAF production.
Well, I mean, the tallow categorization's something we could probably chat about for a day. Very, very complex area, and has changed a lot of different trade flows because of the way it's categorized. But specifically, what do you? Sorry, the lights are so bright I cannot even see. So specifically, what's your question?
No, it's really an open
whether
question.
It should be included, or
I'm just saying, how do you see the demand for that playing out versus the tallow categories?
Well, yeah, we see tallow and UCO trading at very similar levels. The key determinant in biodiesel has been the CFPP, so we've seen a value difference because of that. But I think in the case of HVO and SAF, that's less of an issue. So these two will probably just trade together and compete for markets.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, we've got two questions here.
Hi, I'm Ravishan from LenserTech. Given the new SAF targets which have been announced in the policy, what's your view on the HEFA cap? Do you think that it will always be met going forward, and then only other pathways of SAF are used?
Yeah, well, I guess the cap's going to mean that there's probably around about a 1 million ton cap on the amount of heifer that can be used to meet the mandate. Looking at the size of plants that we've seen built around the world, you know, that's potentially only 3 plants in the UK, maybe only 2. And given that there's always going to be some imports, that could mean only 1 or 2. So it is a bit of a concern that cap has been put there. On the other hand, I understand the reasons, because we need to also encourage a lot of other technologies and industries to help meet the mandate. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought the cap might be even lower. So I was glad to see that it was placed at a reasonable number. That means if we put policy in place to prevent, or at least let's say to make a level playing field, there is a chance that we might get 1 or 2 heifer plants here in the UK.
Hi, Adam. Tom Cahill from World Fuel Services.
Hi, Tom.
You've mentioned the feedstock constraints with UCO and tallow, but you've also mentioned how cheap heifer-based SAF is. So given that we've got this SAF mandate, and you mentioned the heifer cap, what is the next best thing, in your opinion? If you know, it's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, outside of my industry, I wouldn't know. I think one of the intriguing things with this mandate is that it is waste only. So far, in biodiesel mandates, there hasn't really been that restriction, if you like. So UCO is intrinsically linked with other vegetable oils. Now, if we start disconnecting that and saying, well, you can't go off and use soybean oil or palm oil or rapeseed oil, then it'll be interesting to see what happens to the value of used cooking oil. Because, as I said, at the moment, used cooking oil can't go too high, because otherwise it'll just encourage people to go and use rapeseed oil. Without that link on it, then I guess one answer to your question, I think used cooking oil is likely to go up to the next one. I don't know what that's going to be, but that looks likely to happen.
Okay, great. Well, I think that's the questions done. It's
Great.
we're a bit over time, so let's thank Adam once again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just going to put a very quick plug in for chemical engineering. I'm a chemical engineer, I mentioned it before, and this is a chemical engineering challenge. Have we got any chemical engineers in the room? Must have, they get everywhere, yeah. And so it's very interesting. Chemical engineers are great at dealing with uniform feedstocks. We talked about waste in this session. What we need to do is, me included, we need to re-educate ourselves to deal with lots of messy feedstocks like waste. So it might be too late for me, it might be too late for some of the chemical engineers here, but if you've got kids and they're thinking about what to study at university, please encourage them to do chemical engineering and learn how to use all these wastes that we're not using properly at the moment. Thank you. And now I'm going to introduce Michelle with the wrap-up.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for sponsoring as well. And yours was one of the videos that's been playing from Aviox. So
I forgot to say who I was,
yeah, you did.
Wilkinson from Aviox, yeah.
Yeah.
So colleagues are cross about that.
Do you want to just?
No, it's fine. We've got a stand out
Re-
there. Yeah, and I'm
Okay.
video. I'm wearing the same jacket, but I do have another jacket. This is my favourite jacket.
Go and talk to Aviox at the stand. So thank you very much. Anyway, let's finish off the day, because I think what I wanted to say first of all, let me use the microphone. Say first of all is really thank you very much, all of you, for making a real effort to come to here today, because I know there's been lots of challenges getting here. And thank you very much for all our speakers. I think that it's been really, really fascinating actually to hear what everybody's got to say on all the developments. But obviously today is a bit of a scene setter. There's lots of information around policy and some of the technical developments and some of the we've discussed a lot of the challenges and potential solutions to enable aviation to get to net zero. Tomorrow we're going to get into more of the projects, so exciting. We've got 3 sessions on the DFT funded projects as well, and some interesting panel discussions that will be going on in the Whittle room. So tomorrow we come back again. The doors will open at 8 a.m, so you can come as early as you like and start the networking, and then we'll kick off with a keynote presentation from British Airways. So hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow. But now I'll let you all go off and have a well-earned drink. So thank you very much, and thank you very much to Airbus for sponsoring this drink section.